I'm just going to quickly run around and check
Ooh,
that everything's running
we
on
have
my
3
side.
people waiting, apparently. That's nice.
3. To be waiting for some more now with that 20 minutes.
What is updating? What's actually updating?
What is updating? The game itself, I'm still getting it's actually I'm literally updating that new house and stuff that's coming into the game. So we get to review a house every day.
You're renovating? Is that what's
Yeah.
happening?
Yeah,
Renovations are
exactly. I was
happening.
just thinking that as well. Like, okay. Right, I am live now
We
on
are
this
live.
one.
I've got the reason I decided to do it in my living room is because then I want to see the details. I want to be able to, if I'm going to criticize it, I should see it as bigly as possible.
And what I could do actually is I'll send you the link to my Twitch, so that way you could probably get an even bigger view, perhaps. One second, I'll jump over to. Is that switching screens? No, it doesn't look like it is.
No.
That's set to Twitch. That's
It's
good.
it's all Philip Irish medieval history. Irish medieval is offline.
I actually should have sent you a Twitch link beforehand. Maybe that would have been better. But we're learning from this. It's the first time we've done this.
Right. Yeah, this is exactly. We're preparing. We're training up for the big spate of various medieval games that are going to be coming out with updates. And
there is a good few.
Isn't The Witcher supposed to be coming out with the next thing soon?
Yeah, that's next year, and it's based on Poland, the folklore of Poland. So far, it seems to be Eastern Poland. They were talking about they wanted to concentrate more on Eastern Poland folklore. Now, I don't specialize. I don't specialize on Poland or anything, so I couldn't tell you the difference between Western folklore and Eastern folklore, or Northern or Southern folklore. To be honest with you, like.
Right, I would. Knowing the geography and history of that region as I do, I would assume that the Western Polish or Southwestern Polish is closer to, say, German folklore, and the Eastern is probably closer to, I don't know, say, Russian folklore. Not that either are perfect copies of them, but that they're sort of more influenced in those respective directions. And anytime your cities have a German name and a Polish name.
Yeah, that does make perfect sense. Susan, how you keeping? How you doing? Thanks as always
Susan,
for telling us if
yay.
our sound is working or not. Is Henry still hungry? I think he is. I think he really is. He's always hungry.
Hungry Henry, man. Stealing food for the win.
Oh, stop. That's why I got arrested in my last game. What was it? Gameplay. Henry got hungry, so I was like, I'll just pop into this house here and rob an apple. So I came in through the window and robbed an apple. And then some woman came in and started freaking out. So I chased her down and, prevented her from calling the guards. And everyone was very frustrated and angry at me. Thought it was a bit of a psycho. Just chasing after a woman over an apple.
Yeah, I'll tell you, medieval justice could be brutal depending on where you were. I mean, hell, modern justice can be brutal depending on where you are. Everyone likes to think that we live in this wonderful modern world that's completely past all of those sort of gruesome corporal punishments. But, the globe is a big place, and there are a lot of places that still have really gruesome corporal punishments. So
I'm going to play ignorant. I'm ignorant. Ignorance is bliss.
Yeah. That's what the ostrich thinks as well when it puts its head in the sand.
Hey, that's the best way to be a lot of the time. I was over in Africa and everything, and I remember being in the military in Kenya, and just complete eye opener to the world outside of Ireland. So sometimes my brain gets a bit too much information, and then I just okay, time to put my head in the sand. I don't see nothing.
Yeah, I've been to South Africa, and that was definitely a very interesting experience. The contrast between rich and poor in South Africa is frankly shocking.
Oh yeah,
you've got these townships, as they charmingly call them, which are just ghettos basically. Like they are shanty towns made out of corrugated metal, and they don't have running water. At least at that time they didn't. No running water. No amenities, barely electricity, and people just crammed in. And then, half a mile or a mile away, you've got people living in 4-bedroom homes with swimming pools. It's like,
Yeah.
oh, this makes me very uncomfortable.
Yeah, yeah. I've seen it with my own eyes as well. Like I remember coming back from Kenya and talking to people, and I thought afterwards, as dangerous as it is, I think everyone should go to Africa at least once in their life and just
Yeah,
have the African experience. Like understand, because there's like a saying that starts to pop up. Oh, you know when something bizarre happens in Africa, people just turn around and Africa. You know, it just
right,
becomes like a running thing of like, well, it's Africa. Like, even for
right.
local people, they were just like, Africa, you know? So I think everyone should go to Africa at least once and just experience it. But it is very, very, very dangerous at the same time, like, you know?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, depend. Of course, it also again depends on where you go. You know,
Mm, that's
if you
very
go
true.
to South Sudan, your chances of survival are probably pretty slim.
Yeah.
If you, Nigeria is kind of medium depending on where you are in Nigeria.
Oh, big
Um,
time.
South Africa depends on where you go, and
Yeah.
also possibly your complexion.
Yeah.
Um, it's again, everyone's like Africa, and I'm like, it's a huge, massive continent, right? Like it's way bigger than Europe. So that
It's
means
not a
there's going to
country.
be
Yeah.
even more diversity and variety on every metric than there is in the EU.
But that's
So
so true because the amount of times I get into a conversation and people cannot tell the difference between Ethiopians and what was it, West Africans is
right,
wild.
yeah,
And Ethiopians actually find it very annoying. I have a few friends that I made while I was in the military who originate from Ethiopia and they're so different to West Africans.
yeah. No, I mean it's completely true. I mean, hell, there are groups of people in Ethiopia who have serious Chinese DNA because of the treasure fleet that
Mm,
scuttled some ships there when they were, visiting Africa. And
yeah.
the sailors just kind of went ashore and they blended. And so, now you've got Ethiopians in these certain specific coastal areas that have epicanthic folds.
Mm.
It's like, holy shit.
Yeah, that's something I've only started reading into is the Asian trade networks into East Africa,
Yeah,
especially Madagascar. I was butcher pronouncing that one, but Madagascar, Indonesians. I mean, there were loads of Indonesian traders and settlers that went into Madagascar and actually mixed with the local people of that area. And that's why, like a lot of people, when they first go to Madagascar or start studying Madagascar, they're expecting a whole load of Southern African people in that area. And they're shocked, completely blown out of their mind when they find out that there is a massive Indonesian
yeah,
immigration that happened way back in the very early medieval period,
yep,
which it's still something we're trying to study as well, because the trade network went from Madagascar and we're still trying to work out like how far east did the Filipino-Indonesian trade network go, because there's Indonesians that can understand words as far as that southern Brazil, southern America region, that there's certain words that they can pick up. So people are debating how far that trade network went.
yeah. It's. I always tell people the pre-modern world is way more interconnected than most of us have been led to believe, and certainly more interconnected than certain bad actors want us to believe.
Yeah,
So, it's hard to sell a racist, xenophobic message and get yourself elected if the truth is that we've actually all been interacting for a very long time and also intermarrying and having relations, shall we say.
mm.
It's harder to maintain that narrative of they are other if they are in fact not truly other. So,
Oh yeah,
yeah.
some people are bizarre for that kind of stuff. Like it's something I can't understand as well is how we need to other people as well. It's
Yeah.
strange to be quite honest with you, especially when in reality then you're missing out on so much culture and history. It's absolutely wild, like and
Yeah,
food.
it really is. I would say that if there is one thing I could change about Americans that I think would improve the whole situation immensely without actually passing laws or anything like that. I would have every American live abroad for a year in a country that doesn't speak English.
Yeah.
That's it. That's all I would have them do. And I think that would change people's way of thinking sufficiently that we wouldn't encounter certain situations that we're encountering right now, shall we say.
Yeah. Sadly, you don't get the funding for that kind of stuff.
No, I know. Well, and it's not even the funding. It's the will to actually A, get a passport, and B, leave the country, right? It's obviously they have to work. I'm not saying that they should go and live like kings on the government dime for a year, but
yeah.
So we are live. Yeah. So everyone's probably wondering why we're just chatting. We are going to get into playing. Welcome to Philip and Rachel play the downloadable content Legacy of the Forge, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, just so we can criticize the hell out of everything.
Well, Rachel is anyway.
Yeah. But unfortunately, we are waiting. We're still renovating. The Forge is under renovation, shall we say. So we're waiting we're waiting for those workers to stop. So we're just going to treat this next little bit like a medieval chat and a Q&A. So if you guys have any questions about anything we discussed yesterday or in one of our previous streams, feel free to pop them in the chat. If you've got questions about medieval living history, Europe, Ireland, wherever, I can also discuss a lot of Korean material cultural history too from the Middle Ages. So, let's just have a nice chat until such time. What's weird is I do not have a count on my screen. Like there is no viewer count, weirdly. That's kind of odd.
No viewer count. Just a second. You can always go and check if it's actually set up properly or something. Maybe because it could be anything.
Yeah, exactly.
It says here you are live, and it's running an ad right now. So Susan. Yeah, Susan commented over from your one. Yeah, you've got a good 20 people in here.
I've got all the last. All I have I can only see 3 comments, and so I've got some. God knows what the hell's. I've got gremlins. I'm just gonna admit it. I've got gremlins.
Stuff.
Probably some Korean curse ghost trying to make my life challenging. I don't know.
Go on, reckon up. No, it seems to be. It's all connected away and stuff. It must be just a problem from our restream side of things, perhaps.
Yeah, not probably. Sure. Probably.
And what else was I going to say? Because the comments are getting sure. That's the main thing, anyway. What else do I need to do? Oh yeah, that's what I wanted to check. Why can I not just go straight to being live? 1 second. Legacy of the Forge?
I had a really strange question the other day that I thought I needed to address more openly. Oh, the topic of my neckline. Okay, so for those of you who are watching for the medieval content and not the game playing specifically, I've had a lot of people consistently over the last several months comment that medieval women didn't wear dresses with low necklines like this. And I would just like to once more state for the record that medieval people, especially in the 15th century, the 14th and 15th century and 16th century in places where Protestantism didn't ruin them, were not prudes. They were not prudes. They did not moralize necklines the way we do now. So, women all across Western Europe in the 15th century, and I mean all across, throughout the 15th century, have different shapes of low necklines. And the necklines go up and down, right? There's in the early part of the century, literally you've got these off-the-shoulder gowns, especially in Bohemia, the subject for today. You've got these crazy off-the-shoulder gowns where it literally comes right across, and you've got perky apple-breasted cleavage looking like it's going to pop out, right? So that's that's the place and time of Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. And then the necklines get high again, and then by the last quarter of the 15th century, they're low again. So, what you see here is actually kind of modestish, because I don't have apple-breasted cleavage where I could actually rest my chin on my cleavage, right? So, yeah. Showing collarbones is not considered some sort of moral failing in the 15th century. It just isn't. Sorry. No, I'm not Amish. I'm going to get that out of the way right now. I am not Amish.
I cannot get Instagram going either. The Instagram and TikTok are so. How have you been able to get Instagram and TikTok going?
I keep having to reapply for TikTok. I'm on TikTok now. Should be
Yeah,
anyway. Let me see if I'm actually live there.
I haven't worked out how to get TikTok up and going either. Like,
I have to fight it constantly. I
yeah,
really have to go back and constantly reapply and reapply and reapply,
yeah,
reapply. Let's
so
see.
stupid. And I might switch with the. Oh, there was one. Facebook, another one right now. I've got slightly cranky. 1 second. I don't know if I managed to get groups. Nah, I don't. I don't have groups up and going either. These codes are too cranky for me. I'll switch actually just to the red one.
Let's see. Looks like
Unable to connect.
I'm
Yeah, I can see that now.
I'm either I think that's got to be me because you're not on TikTok right now, right?
No,
Yeah,
not on
that's me.
TikTok
Yep,
right now.
I am live on TikTok, so
Aye.
that is me. I am there. Yep. Oh, Sydney, hi. Sydney's on TikTok. It's crazy how many different devices we have to have set up for this, right? Like how many
And then having
screens
codes that
how
don't
many
work.
screens are you currently monitoring, Philip, out of sheer curiosity?
Right now, just one because the rest of them bloody work for me. I thought it'd be simple, as in it says stream key. You put the stream key in, and then it just nothing. I'm like, okay,
Not
this is just
simple,
not
huh?
going to work today. YouTube is grand. YouTube works grand for me. It just doesn't pay me. But the rest of them are just cranky fuckers. So
Are you demonetized on Facebook or YouTube again?
I was never monetized. I was monetized for a short while, but the problem is
Jesus.
now is that when I was in Ireland and UK, they demonetized me because I sourced Queen Elizabeth. You know how Queen Elizabeth had massive holes in her head and her teeth and stuff. I got
Right.
demonetized over that because English people are cranky. Then I got demonetized. What was it called? I got demonetized as well on Instagram for a while. Actually, not demonetized as in my page got taken down for doing the Battle of Bloody Bay. I got kicked off of Instagram for that back in was that
Jesus, man.
2017, and what's happened to me as well. But right now they're claiming. I think they're just playing games because you think they would get back to me and help me get monetized. No, they're just 100% making it as awkward as possible. But their argument now, they told me, by the way, to make 2 accounts, which was have the UK account because the account is originally United Kingdom, and then make a Japanese account, and then link the Japanese account onto the UK account onto the YouTube account. So I did that, and then they told me, "Oh, I have too many accounts," and I'm like, "That makes no sense to me. Explain to me what I need to do." And they're
What?
just not doing it. Like, they're just
Oh
like,
my
"What the hell
God.
is your problem now?"
Trying to
Like,
figure out what the best lighting in here is going to be. One of the reasons I stopped streaming in this room is because the lighting is terrible for streaming.
mm.
I'm trying to figure out what the best lighting is to make me look less haggard. Hello, Anna. Welcome. Busting bustline myths. Yes, indeed, Virginia. Thank you. That is exactly what we're doing. Yep.
Pretty much. We've got another 10 minutes left.
So, since we're talking about myths that are relevant to the Kingdom of Bohemia that lots of people have, Philip, hygiene in the Middle Ages. How often do people still come at you with this bullshit of, oh, medieval people were dirty, they
Dirty.
stank, their
They're
clothes were
dirty.
dirty, like, right?
To be fair, I think Kingdom Come has crushed a lot of it though, because of the amount of bats they put into the game. Maybe they put too many bats in the game.
You're right. And it's exactly right. So, most modern people don't realize that before the Reformation, which is what broke Europe, I'm just saying it, the Reformation broke Europe. Before the Reformation, there were public bathhouses all across Europe. Spain, Italy, when I'm talking modern day, Spain, Italy, France, Germany, Bohemia, the Scandinavians, they have their own bathing system, right? Europe, England. I know there were bathhouses in Dublin. I don't know about I'm assuming Cork and Waterford probably also had bathhouses.
Yeah, and they had back in the early medieval period. There's what's it called? If you read the Finn cycles, you have women that bash various warriors and stuff as well. So it pops up both in what's it called, literature to do with the Irish warriors, the Fenian, and also you've got monks and stuff as well that talks about them going over to a what you would call a bathhouse and stuff, and to see various women in that. So yeah, both in Ireland and pretty much everywhere else, pretty much has some form of trying to, get that dirt off your skin, like that's too itchy.
Right. Well, and modern people also think if you can't shower 100 gallons over top of your head, you can't possibly be clean, right? Like,
Mm,
you don't realize that all you need is a bowl. That's
yeah.
it. Not even a big deep bowl, just a bowl to hold the water and a cloth or a sponge. And with that, you can scrub your skin and get nice and clean without having to immerse your whole body in a tub of water. Like modern Westerners, I feel, have tied in the idea of water waste with cleanliness.
Oh, definitely. Oh, I got a question here as well. Oh, wait 1 second. My
Trying
laptop seems
get
to be
one
dying.
more thing with the lights, because this is just, that's terrible.
Anna is wondering, where can I find authentic medieval women's clothing patterns? Where can I find
Oof,
authentic
right.
medieval?
Okay. So I would say it depends on your era.
Mm,
When you say authentic, you mean based on original extant finds or as close as we can get. Margot Anderson has some pretty good ones for late 15th and 16th century, but she used to have more. I don't know what happened to hers. Then, yeah, see, I make all my own patterns. I draft my own patterns. I drape my own patterns. I go through the process of fitting, etc. So I don't buy commercial patterns. So yeah, it can be really hard. Uh, Reconstructing history. People ask me about reconstructing history, and I'm going to be honest. She does a lot of, she definitely uses original pieces as much as possible. So the
mm,
patterns themselves are pretty authentic, but the instructions are, and the patterns are full of errors. I've tried several different reconstructing history patterns, and they were always missing major steps or like had the wrong instructions for a different garment. So reconstructing history patterns are not for beginner sewists. If you're
mm.
a beginner sewist, they'll make you never want to sew again.
Yeah, I've been
So
there.
yeah, yeah. I unfortunately, when it comes to commercial patterns, I'm not the person to ask. Now, I can recommend the book A Medieval Tailor's Assistant. Um, that is Sarah Thursfeld. She's a English British fashion historian and reenactor, and she's got I would recommend the second edition over the first edition because the second edition has improvements. Now that's going to give you instructions about how to do a body block and draft your pattern, and it provides the patterns like to scale in the book, but you'll have to make your own pattern from it. But I would honestly recommend maybe going with that route if you're interested in northwestern European fashion, so France, Flanders, and in England from like the 13th to the 15th century. That would be my recommendation. It can be really hard to find authentic, commercially available clothing patterns for medieval clothing, especially earlier. And I know there's some stuff in France and Germany. I I remember seeing people posting about that, but I don't use
Mm.
commercial patterns. So yeah, as annoying as it is. Any evidence of sweat lodges or steam baths in medieval Ireland? I mean, when you say sweat lodge, do you mean a sauna? Because the Vikings
Oh,
definitely brought saunas.
there's that
They,
argument and debate from the Bronze Age that what was it called? We have these pits. No one knows, right? So this is the biggest, weirdest thing that the Irish have in Bronze Age Ireland, that they have these pits with hot stones in them. And archaeologists cannot understand for the life of them why these pits exist with stones that have been heated up and put into hot water. So there's loads and loads and loads of theories all over the place, and one of which is a sauna that maybe perhaps the Irish had built some kind of like tent or something up, because there's no sign, like this thing seems to be out in the open. There's no sign of a bit it's inside of a building, no sign like that. It's way out in the open. So some people have a theory, maybe there's some form of a tent or something that goes over it, and maybe they put the
mm,
stones into a water and had some kind of sauna like that going on. So there is big, massive conspiracy theory level of what's going on, because for the life of that, and they're all, it's not like they're in like one or two spots. They're like all over Ireland. They can find these ancient holes with these rocks in them that have been broken from the Bronze Age, and they're close to a Bronze Age site. So they're doing it in close to the Bronze Age site, and it seems to be like of a perhaps a leisure thing of local areas and stuff that they're doing something like that. It's just
right.
yeah, like why are you building? Why are you making holes and putting rocks in them and boiling them? Like, what's going on here?
Yeah, it's it's funny how conjectural archaeology when reconstructing history can really be. When when literally, yeah, like you said, you've got a hole, and there's some rocks, and there's some char marks, maybe, right? So what was this used for? And that could be one thing. It could have been used for cooking. It could have been, who knows? It's with when you don't have written history, it makes it extra hard, like contemporary written history. It makes it extra hard to determine what exactly those things, those spaces may have served. Your dress looks more like that of a Puritan woman, maybe. Nope, definitely not Puritan. Why not Puritan? This not Puritan. Way too much collarbones. Just collarbones would be too much for a Puritan woman, right? Yeah. No, this is. I had someone else. God, some British woman who said a fan of mine actually on Facebook. She accused me of wearing the wrong headdress with the gown, and I'm like, no. She called this a 16th century English rabbit hat, and I'm like, a what hat? First off, try French 1450 before the English adopted it. So yeah, not Puritan. This is a style of kerchief that comes about in central and kind of France, Burgundy, Flanders in like 1440, 1450. So yeah, unfortunately, women covering their hair does not equal Puritan. Women covering their hair equals pre-modern.
Yeah. Because it was even just a sign sometimes that she was married, because you do have societies where you have single women that don't have their head covered just to highlight the fact that they're looking for a husband. And then once the hair is covered, it's a sign that, hey, look, I'm married.
Yeah, I'm off the market. Yeah, no, yeah, exactly. And you can't even say that across the board. And you're like, well, in the Middle Ages, married women covered their hair. And I'm like, so 1,000 years in the whole continent, you think all married women covered their hair for that whole time? Yeah. No. So many different cultural differences, different religions, different spiritual practices. So, you have to always specify it, which century, maybe even which decade, which part, and then we can have a useful conversation.
Because if we're looking at Ireland, right, and we're assuming, okay, so we're in, what is it, 10th century Ireland, and we have this thing where women have their head covered if they're married. Are we like, is that just, and this is the thing, once we delve in a wee bit more and we ask this question, okay, is that all of Ireland or is it just in the cities? Because like, if a woman is in her own to it, why would she need to cover her hair, Like, did she cover her own hair when she was just with her own kin group and her husband? Or is it something she did when she went into the city, I don't know. Or monastic area as well.
I mean, in Florence in the 15th century, it seems that based on, unfortunately, no one wrote down, this is the rule. When women are married, they do this. When they're single, they do that, right? So we have to piece it together with different documents, different visual references, different chronicles, right? You have to kind of put it together. And so it seems in 15th century Florence, for instance, married women covered their hair with some kind of veil when they went out, except when it was for some kind of big festival where their family wanted them to be on display. So then their hair wouldn't be covered. It would be coiffed into some kind of beautiful coif, maybe with jewels and gems and pearls in it, right? But if they were at home and they were married, it didn't matter. Their hair would be coiffed, but they didn't have to cover it. So, it's like, but that's, again, it's not this hard and fast rule. Yes, married women go outside, cover hair, except when it's like doing it's like doing coding, right?
100%, like, because I always think that because Ireland has so many festivals and assemblies and times when you would go into the city and stuff, that it makes sense to me that you would have your common clothing when you're just in the Tuat, in your little king group, in your little ring fort. And then when you want to go to like the monastic settlement or assembly point or even to a city area, then you would like doll yourself up depending on the situation. And not just women as well, but men as well, that they would have specific clothing to highlight their status when they go into this, to these various areas or to these festivals or assemblies. Like that makes more sense to me.
Right. Yeah. I mean, even in the 15th century, 14th, 13th, 14th, 15th century, across Europe, even the aristocrats have their fancy clothes, as we would call them, and their workaday clothes, and in some cases, their literal work clothing. So it's just, that being a medieval noble is not the same as being a end of the French end of the Kingdom of France noble who does nothing and just wears 3 different outfits a day, right? Medieval nobility, and I'm going to say it, for most of medieval Europe, most nobles actually still had to do things. They worked hard. Some of it was manual, some of it was very hands-on in nature. So they had to have clothes that could take that kind of beating. Yes, of course, they're obviously not, a 15th century duchess is not breaking boulders, right? Yeah. But she might actually go and personally audit the kitchen stores, right? She might want to go and actually stick her hands in the granaries and in the various jars and barrels to make sure that she's not being cheated by her steward or whomever, right? You don't just sit back and hope that everyone's honest in the Middle Ages, just like you don't today.
Yeah. So, definitely. There is a story. It's one of the food stories as well, and I was there trying to remember what it is. It's one of the saint stories between the Email up in the north of Ireland that come down to negotiate with the men of Munster, where I'm from, in the south of Ireland. And it's the saint that goes down to negotiate for them. And when he's captured, he puts hot rocks into a sauna, hot water and stuff, which would naturally set up a sauna inside of a building and stuff. This is around 500 AD, if I remember. But the written tale itself, I'm sure, is around the 9th century or something. But it could be a story that's passed down from generation to generation. Right. We covered it like months and months and months back for the food tales. Do you remember that story from the early medieval period about a saint who described all these different kinds of foods and stuff? That's the story I'm thinking of. And I cannot for the life of me remember what the name of it was. It's one of the saint stories as well.
Where he destroyed the food?
No, he just dreams about food and stuff in the story, and I cannot for the life of me remember.
Oh, no, I don't remember either. It would be a great way to know what kind of food people ate, though.
Yeah, it's a great little video. Because what's his name? That food historian, Irish. 1 second, Irish medieval. I'm quickly looking up to see if I can find the video because there was there he is. Tasting History with Max Miller. Right. He has a video. Actually, that's where he. So the video is called "Medieval Irish Food: Peasant to King." And it's an amazing video because that's the source I'm talking about. That the source is in that video, but it's not just the source itself. But he also explains why the Irish Americans have corned beef and why they eat corned beef and why the Irish in Ireland no longer eat corned beef. That beef used to be a huge part of the Irish diet until 1850. When we have the famine that kicks in and all the food is taken, and sent off to the British Empire because we were subjugated. And of course, we were left with no food. But the Irish that immigrated to America and became the Irish Americans, all the dishes that they had known since way back in the early medieval period, they had preserved all of those dishes. So where the Irish in Ireland had lost the ability and technique, we've just installed that, so it's being turned on now. They've lost a lot of stuff that they could originally make. the Irish Americans continued making it and actually brought it over to America with them. But they had to alter it, so it became corned beef rather than the original medieval corned beef and cabbage that we had back in the early medieval period. So it's still different, like, but it's altered like to America.
Well, yeah, we have different spices and things available in the US than would have been available in Ireland at that time. Yeah. In fact, allspice, I think, is one of them. I'm pretty certain allspice is one of the spices that goes into American corned beef, and that's a Jamaican spice.
Yeah, African American food really dominated. What was it, going into the 1850s and stuff, because of all the spices and stuff. Because they made even to Scottish food, because the Scottish had brought fried chicken from Scotland over to America, but it was disgusting. It was meant to be really, really bad. And the African Americans knew how to fix it up and actually make it from, like, because allegedly it was super bland and super boring when the Scots just had it. So the African Americans.
I believe that if you look at what's kind of natively available in Scotland, it's not a lot of flavor variety. So yeah.
I was listening to a Italian woman yesterday, and there was somebody accusing her of having white people food. You know, when we think of white people food, we think of English food. Well, there was someone online yesterday accusing this Italian woman of eating white people food, and oh my God, she lost it. Like, she was explaining like how Italy was like in the center of trade networks across the world, and how Italy has always had, was it 30 different spices at once, never mind for different meals and settings and stuff. And she was like trying to explain like how diverse Italian and Italian American food and all that sort of food is so mixed bunch, like to turn around and just refer to as plain white people food is just so disrespectful to the Italians. Like,
well, it really is. But I mean, you know, also the problem is that Italian food is different, very different in many cases than American Italian food. Yeah. American Italian food really is kind of the peasant version. I mean, it really is. I mean, if you look at, my grandfather was 100% Italian. So I am a quarter Italian. I am descended of the peasant stock that came over. So I'm not being insulting when I say that American Italian food is generally peasant food. Whereas if you actually go to Italy and travel around and eat the really local regional stuff, you will find some dishes that are reminiscent of medieval food, right? Yeah. Like she said, they're still using all these spices, cinnamon and cloves, and grains of paradise, in some cases long pepper, right? Like they didn't completely lose that the way, say, England lost all of that.
Yeah. Okay, why is that off? 1 second, I'll just turn this back on.
So yeah, it's I would be pretty insulted too if someone called Italian food bland white person food, because Italy has literally been at the crossroads of trade in the Mediterranean for thousands of years. Actually, Jim O'Neill, I think barbecue was actually a native thing. It predates the Columbian exchange. As far as I understand it, pit barbecue was something that was done by the native peoples in the Caribbean. The Arawak, I think Arawak is what's springing to mind, but don't hold me to that. But it's definitely, it predates that. Now, granted, I'm confident that maybe in Africa they also had a form of pit barbecue, depending on different parts of Africa, just like they had a form of pit barbecue in Asia, in, you know, the Oceania, what's the word I'm looking for? Pacific Islands, right? So, but as far as I understand it, the Spaniards encountered pit barbecue when they came to the islands in the end of the 15th century. So that predates the African presence. African presence. That sounds like a euphemism, doesn't it?
I'll let you dig your own hole there. What was it called? Yeah, that's up and running now. That looks good though on the screen, doesn't it? That just by the way, I did not plan that. That was just that's just sheer luck. Yeah. So that's
Oh
basically they're
God, I've already
explaining.
got so much to say just about what the hell I'm looking at there. Oh my
Go
God.
on, what's wrong with it? What's wrong with the
Oh my God,
photo?
that apron looks like something. That apron looks like something a waiter would wear at one of those newfangled hipster restaurants that are so loud that you can't hear each other talk. Like that looks like a hipster waiter apron, 100%. There's nothing medieval about that. And wearing a belt over top of it, big fail. And what is it? Is that a military cut? Does he have a freaking buzz cut? I mean, what in
Yes.
God's name is going on with these people? And he's wearing
Uh,
red, the most expensive color, the
well,
least color
it is
fast
Henry,
color
like
as a
it's
work tunic. Is he
good.
holding freaking paper? What the mother of God is going on here?
Paper with perfect sketching and everything, like.
Oh my God, this is going to be great. I'm excited about what I'm about to say in the next hour or two or three.
Oh, right. Brushing with debt. Right. Is there anything I need to do? I'll just press the continue button. Henry having an old bat for himself.
Oh my God.
Bum,
Okay,
bum.
let's see what we got going on here. This is a not promising start to this.
We haven't even got there. I don't even know how to. I have a fair idea where this building is that we have to go and become a blacksmith. Well, Henry's sort of already in a
Wow,
sort
things
of
are already
apprentice
on
blacksmith.
fire. That's a bad sign. What in God's name is going on with her hair? She's got some
Why?
kind
What's
of
wrong with her
fucking updo. She's got some kind of fucking updo. She could be in an Oil of Olay commercial. Come on. And
hair?
that
What?
figure, that is such a modern body silhouette. Sexy in the Middle Ages is to have a nice little rounded pooch that makes it look like
Oh,
you're fakened and not look like you just starved from the last plague. Come on, people.
oh. Weirdly enough, that was a thing for a while. Was it last year in Ireland where girls were getting dresses to show off their wee belly? Oh, there we go. Okay, so what's going on here? It just loaded into Kuttenberg right now. This one, oh god, I'm trying to remember the buttons now. Boom, boom, boom.
One
Everyone has
hour.
to bear with me. What's been 1 hour?
I don't know. There was little timer came up that said 1 hour. I don't know what it means.
Boom, boom, boom.
Well, at
Okay.
least that looks like a medieval city map.
It's
That looks
gorgeous though. I think it's proper
yeah,
gorgeous.
yeah, that's nice.
I'll give you a full view of it there. Boom, boom,
Oh
boom.
yeah, that's nice.
And then if I zoom in here, I think it gets more details and stuff, perhaps. Or maybe they got rid of that. Oh yeah, there you go. So actually, when you zoom in, it has all this stuff like Kuttenberg and stuff. She's fancy dancy, isn't she?
It is indeed.
With the old
Wow.
drawings. So she's not too bad.
No, the map's nice. At least they did a good job on the map. It looks, at least in the up close part, looks like a medieval city map actually. That's not bad.
No, no, it's the painful part. 1 second. 1 second. Can I still? Because there's new photo mode. I have to figure out how do I do the new photo mode, and you can see how my clothes are doing. 1 second.
Now, random dogs wandering around, completely authentic. In fact, we know in various parts of Europe, they would go into the churches and pee on the walls. So,
What?
yeah, chroniclers talk about it across multiple places in Europe, multiple centuries, because churches, modern people, we think of these churches as these sacred spaces where you need to
Yeah.
be quiet and you need to only be there for mass. And they weren't looked at that way at all by medieval people. They were looked as communal spaces that
Mm.
were treated with different levels of respect. And so the doors were just left open and the dogs would literally just wander in and piss on a column or something.
And was this
So
acceptable?
yeah, and it was just the way it was. I mean, think about it. They're literally using churches and chapels to assassinate people. So if I guess the attitude is if it's a safe place for assassination, then it must be okay to let the dog pee on the wall. I guess is what is the logic there.
I cannot remember how to take a photo. I know how to punch now. Anyway, remember to punch.
You mean screenshot?
Yeah.
Windows key, print
Well,
screen.
I can do it that way, but there's a photo mode now in this.
Oh, really? Oh,
Yeah.
because they want
You
people to do stills and propagate the whole thing.
yeah, don't you know it? I have a
Okay, let's
horse here, so
while we figure that out, some comments. I often wonder about the use of seaweed or dulse in historical Irish cooking, seeing we have such an abundance. That is an interest, yeah, right? Like in Asia, they've found the use for every single kind of seaweed you can imagine, right? I'm loving this reaction so far. Brace yourself. um, did they teach medieval Irish history in Irish schools? They didn't teach any medieval history in schools in the U.S. Probably minimal, right? Right, Philip?
it's
Like
really minimal. Back in
the
my
base,
mother's
like
day.
Brian
Yeah,
Baru.
yeah. Like when my mom went to school, they taught the full shebang from like what was it called? The early medieval period right up to the late medieval period and stuff. But I do know it was too difficult. School back in the day, like in the 80s and the what was it, all the way up to 1997 was too difficult for children in Ireland and Britain. So they've dumbed a lot of it, a lot of stuff. They've dumbed right down. So they've taken a lot of stuff out because
Yeah.
not enough children were passing the exams. So from 1997 onwards, they have dumbed down a lot of exams so children can pass.
Yeah, so comment barbecues are worldwide. Everyone barbecued over fire. That's primitive. No, 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 Anna. We're not talking about cooking meat over a fire. We're talking about pit barbecue, which is actually a very sophisticated and highly scientific technique because it's about creating just the right conditions for low temperature, long time cooking. So I'm not talking barbecue doesn't mean just cooking things over a fire. I'm talking about pit barbecue, whole different ball of wax. Homeschool your children and teach your own ancestral histories. Oh, Anna, I'm not certain you're on the right channel. Yeah, we might not be the creators for you. We might not be the history tubers for you. We believe in taking a diverse and wide-ranging approach to understanding world history, not just the limited history of the people from whom you are descended. Because as we often harp on, people do not live in isolation in villages that never interact with other villages, which in turn never interact with villages from other places where people speak other languages. So, yeah. Yep. So what's this horse wearing on its head? Like what's going on with this horse? There's something weird about it.
Yeah.
Does
This
it
is
not
what
have a
people were.
mane? What's wrong with the horse's neck? Can we look at this horse? Can you get off the horse so I can look at this horse? I want to look at this horse.
Do you like its armor in the front?
Why is this horse? What? Why?
15 cents. This is 1403, remember?
Why is this horse wearing a metal fly mask in not a war zone, not a battle? And how can he? What in God's name are they doing? No, just no, no.
Do you not like my horse? No.
No. I've got no. You don't just. First off, not just anyone can afford armor for their horse.
Well, I can, so I do.
Problem number one. Problem number two, they didn't just have the horse wearing this all the time because it's going to limit the horse's vision. And I mean, what is going, that one piece from its nose, does it go over its nose? What is, oh my God, what is that? Okay, no, just no. Just, I've got so much no to say about this. This poor horse, man, take that off. What is going on? And does it not have a mane? Did they shave it or something?
What do you mean name?
Mane, not name, mane.
Oh, right. Gotcha.
The saddle isn't bad. I'm definitely glad that it's not just modern English tack. At least there's that. And it's not a jousting saddle, which, you wouldn't just be wearing regularly. But no,
well,
you don't just put your horse in armor. And why are you wearing gauntlets? Why are you wearing gauntlets?
I'm in my armor. 1 second.
Why?
When I last saved this, I was in my armor. 1 second.
But why are you in your armor?
I can't switch outfits. There we go.
No,
that's
but why? Armor. Why? Why are you in harness?
1 second. That's my common uniform though. It's loading.
What?
There we go.
People are not just wandering around in armor all the. Goodness. Okay. This isn't a fashion choice.
Check my outfit. It's gorgeous, isn't it? Right.
Okay, can you screenshot that and make it bigger or something? Because
1 second. I could. Are you talking about my outfit?
yeah, your outfit.
How do I
I need,
use photo mode? Because it's not telling me after the update how to do photo mode.
unfortunately, there's a lag between my big screen and the little screen, and so by the time it shows up on my big screen, you've like moved on, and then I can't see it very well on the little screen.
Yeah,
That's
just give us a second. There is that wee bit of delay, all right. Like,
yeah,
1 second. For the time being, I will just switch over to this one. How do I switch? Oh, yes, this one again. So I have gone back into my noble outfit.
Ryan says, my conductor says when he gets his new leg harness, he's going to wear it all the time.
That's the way to do it, Martial Monton. How else am I supposed to show off, that I'm the boy, Give us 1 moment. How do I take photos in the update to?
Because oh my god, that horse armor and that level of horse armor, I haven't seen evidence of that level of horse armor from 14. This is like 1410, right?
1410, yeah.
I haven't seen that level of horse armor, evidence of that level of fully the horse in the iron mask level of horse armor. Are they trying to hide its identity? Is it the king's twin sibling? I mean,
but my horse now looks deadly. It looks like the boy. Plus, I can't be asked taking it on and off.
Jesus.
Once in photo mode, how do I get into photo mode though? Or pause the game, settings, photo mode. Where's 1 second? Pause the game. Where? Settings.
That just looks.
Oh, there it is now. They moved it over here.
And the gloves. Why is he wearing gloves? Is he hawking?
Really? You wouldn't just.
No, you don't just wear gloves. Gloves are not a fashion item. They're a functional item. Is he hawking?
Can I not just be the boy and walk around with gloves? No.
No. No.
What's going on here? A town meeting? Why is everyone just chilling? Oh, there's a fight. 1 second. I got. Oh, Jesus. Hey, guys. My horse is doing all kinds of mad stuff. Whoopsies. Sorry.
Yeah, because he's wearing an iron mask. Poor thing. Of course he's going to do mad stuff. Jesus.
I want to watch the fight. Everyone's just watching at the time.
Also, you don't just casually ride your warhorse through a market. Your warhorse is a trained deadly weapon, right? Like your warhorse is going to be like, ooh, a fight. Let me go use my hooves to strike them down. So the horse you ride to get around is a different kind of horse than the horse you ride to kill people in battle. So, boy, oh boy, this is an interesting scenario here.
You're telling me. I'm just going to go to sleep for a bit. 1 second, because it's nighttime. I can't be doing blacksmith in the middle of the night.
Can we brighten up the game? I think that's the point. It's not supposed to be bright because it's nighttime, right?
Oh, there you go. I have my torch. Don't worry.
But there's a lot of people out and about at nighttime. Okay, people. The medieval world is freaking dark. And unless there's some kind of special festival, most cities had curfews because illegal shit happens in the dark.
That guy on the floor.
Right? So I don't understand why there are so many people just out and about in the middle of the night in Bohemia in the early 15th century.
What was that? Kuttenberg. I need a place to go for sleep for night. 1 second. Can I not go inside here? Where am I?
Wow, it's Mr. GQ himself. Look at that.
1 second. I'll make my way over to my bed because it's nighttime. I can't be doing blacksmithing in the middle of the night.
Why are they all wearing straw hats at nighttime? Like you don't. It's for keeping the sun off of your head.
1 1 second. Oh yeah, this man has these two boys have straw hats on.
They do. A bunch of them have straw hats on. That's fun. Now, granted, I will tell you that those straw hats are, as far as I saw them, are pretty authentic looking for. That's not a straw hat. That was a wool hat. And that was okay, actually.
What's everyone doing? Where's everyone going? What's going on?
This is really concerning to me. Like, why are all these people out this late at night?
And they're all walking in the same direction.
Right? I feel like, wait, did we cross over into zombie apocalypse Kingdom Come 2?
Is there a festival on? What's going on?
It's a little too dark. See, but it's too dark for a festival, right? If it were like some kind of big feast, then there would be torches put everywhere, not people wandering around with their fire-inducing lanterns.
I don't know. Do we question what's going on? But just people
can we like pause and look at some of these people more closely? I have things I think I want to say, but we're not. We need them to stop moving, and I need to stare at them a little bit.
Okay, 1 second. There we go. How about this one? Bum, bum, bum.
Even darker for that poor horse and his headgear. Bless him.
That's there's a bit of a lag because we're streaming it through Twitch and from Twitch onto
we're literally crossing the globe several times. So yeah. So once we can just get a look at some of these fire starters, as I'm calling them. Okay, so I guess there's no way to increase the resolution, huh?
I don't think it should be paused there. 1 second.
It's not supposed to be paused.
Yeah, that's just like going extra stuff. Let me actually reload that. 1 second.
It's not supposed to be paused.
Yeah. There we go. Now it's more up to date. There we go. That's much better. So God. Yeah, I left it there.
Okay, so let's get the gloves, man. These giant gauntleted gloves. Why? Just why?
That's my gloves as well. I'm the only one with gloves on as well.
If you are hawking, then those are great gloves. If you're not hawking, you're not going to want gloves like that because they're going to reduce your dexterity, actually. Yeah, I don't have really any evidence of gloves like that unless you're going hawking. And then you see people wearing them. So I guess if you're walking around with your favorite peregrine, it's cool. Otherwise, take off the gloves, man. Come on. Don't be a hipster douche, okay?
That's my character as well. I think he looks like the boy.
He does. He looks like a 1410 hipster douche.
Looking stylish.
Like I can hear some like art, like some serious rap music playing in the background, and I can imagine him pimp walking down that road.
That was the plan, like his sword ready for a long sword fight. What's the crack, boy?
I mean, yeah. So it's these lanterns, man. I don't carrying those lanterns. So that guy who's carrying a metal lantern.
Yeah,
that ring is going to get hot from the heat that's going to come up from the candle in that lantern. There's a reason that they usually carry lanterns on sticks.
Yeah.
You don't want to carry it in your hand just like that. But you know, we still have this. They still have the American football players' shoulders going on. That's just
big,
not
massive shoulders on them.
Yeah, they've got massive shoulders, all of them. This is not the massive shoulder era. Massive shoulder era is mid 15th century.
Yeah.
We're not. These big giant rounded shoulders. And that's like, why? What is he wearing under that is making those big giant rounded shoulders? Now, if you actually look at depictions of men from this era wearing their clothes, they've got this. It's a very svelte shoulder line in Bohemia. Clothes are not big and bulky, and these guys are wearing all of these like these baggy coats over tunics over top of their doublets, and they. You know, the lower class people would wear these kind of shapeless coats in this era, which is what that is. But upper class people and someone who has embroidery on his hood, and should definitely be wearing, should definitely have fitted garments. Like it's either really fitted, and I mean really fitted, or it's big and voluminous and like drags on the ground, but is belted so that it has a svelte look to it.
Yeah.
So this is kind of. We've kind of veered into generic medieval in certain ways, and all this embroidery is honestly, that hood, that cowled hood, is kind of before this period.
Yeah.
At this period, they're not really wearing much in the way of cowled hoods, except for like peasants, literally peasants and shepherds are wearing that. They instead what they're doing is they've taken those cowled hoods and they've rolled the hood and stuck the hood on their head, and then had the lyra pipe dragging on one side and the cowl on the other side. Now this guy, he's got an actual stylish hood, that cowl with the it's got nice dagging on it, it's got buttons and whatnot. So yeah, that's not so bad. Although it looks like he's got two. So he's got what is that hat? Oh, he's just got the baggy side hat. Okay, the baggy side hat's actually okay. Now wearing, okay, spectacles. Spectacles are not for distance vision at this point.
Oopsies.
At this point, spectacles are only for reading. They are only for far-sighted people, right? Nearsighted spectacles aren't invented until the second half of the 15th century in Florence. So no one is just wandering around with spectacles on their face. In fact, the spectacles wouldn't stay on their face. They would fall off their perched nose. So his spectacles would be kept in a leather etui in his pouch. They wouldn't be just perching on his nose.
I just like walking around with spectacles on.
Yeah, right. I just like having this thing perched awkwardly on my nose. Now, I will give them credit where credit's due. Like, those are medieval spectacles. I mean, they are 100%. But you see that hinge in the middle, that's so that you can pinch them over your nose while you're reading. They're not designed for moving out and about. But also, why is this man's face so dirty?
That's me. I don't know. I woke up like that.
Why is his face so dirty?
Because no one else has a dirty face. It's just my character. I just woke up with a dirty face. I have to
rolled by bandits or something? Like,
I probably did. Did.
Why is his face so dirty?
I woke up like that.
Oh my god!
Because your character is supposed to go for a bat in this game, and you're supposed to wash your face. But I woke up like this.
I mean, what did he do to get that? Like, not even, let's let alone the fact that medieval people didn't leave their homes dirty. Why?
Are you questioning what I got up to last time?
Yes.
Because I don't know. Yes. I probably ran around and rolled around.
This has got to be a dude, where's my car kind of moment. I mean, like.
Because there is people looking at me going, what is this guy on? What is he doing? Why is his gloves on? Why is his spectacles on? Why is his face manky? What's going on? Why is this guy throwing a torch around the place? Yeah.
Now, I'm going to say the pattern on his cowl, on his hooded cowl, is actually pretty accurate. Like that silk brocade, that pattern is pretty accurate. I will give them credit where credit's due. That I've seen actual extant lampus. It's a lampus, actually, silk lampus from that era. So yeah, that's actually pretty good. Yeah. Pretty respectable. But the general silhouette is just baggy, shapeless, medieval, and it's like, if you can afford a silk lampus hood cowl, you are not wearing baggy medieval. Also, those buttons are modern style buttons. Medieval buttons in this era are little, basically self-stuffed buttons, or they're cast metal buttons, but they're little and round. They're not big and disc shaped like that. So generally, especially on a cowl, you want finer buttons than that. You don't want big, bulky. In early 15th century Bohemia, they're definitely big into cute little round buttons. All the extant finds from Prague in this era, they actually do have some buttons that they've excavated, also in sort of the Baltic states as well. They're all little self-stuff buttons. Now no, what the hell is that? No, just no. Cross, they're big, they're ugly, no.
Which one are you talking about?
The cross buttons, the weird,
the
weird crosses. I mean, and also clearly the designers of this game never tried to use cross buttons to actually button a garment. Talk about annoying to try to push through a buttonhole.
Because I think I'm the only one who has it. 1 second. Let's check out these two brothers.
Possibly because you're supposed to be some kind of, boy versus everyone else.
Because I can't even remember where I got this jacket. I just liked it and shoved it on.
I just liked it.
I did. I'm pretty sure I did buy it. But and everyone else has got like the regular buttons by looks of it. But I decided I was going to be special. Okay. That's where everyone else is going off to. off to see the wizard, the awful, but I'm also gonna go to bed because I'm sleepy. Where is everyone going?
I don't know. They really seem to be going there, though. Like I tell you, this has a very ominous feel to it. I
Yeah.
mean, and wait, look at that woman. Woman, go to that woman, please. What the frack is going on there?
1 second, I'll switch over to the photo mode.
Oh my God, what is going on with her?
I'll go in
Oh,
front of her so we got better lighting.
Jesus H. Christ.
Oh shit, 1 second. Settings. Right, there we go.
I know I'm about to be very displeased if what I saw is what I actually saw. No, not that one. Not that one. The woman in the red dress. Although I'm not happy with her either, but I'm less unhappy with her than I am with that woman in the red dress.
1 second. You're talking about back
Oh,
with the...
see, there's such a delay. Oh, God, can you go back to the group? Yeah,
Yeah,
sorry, I
yeah,
was
yeah.
watching the big screen.
1
Ah,
second.
stupid delay.
Oh shit,
Yeah,
I
go back to the scary group. That woman. Yeah. The one with the short sleeves. Nope, short sleeves.
Short sleeves. This one.
Yeah. Behind her.
Give us a second.
Her.
There we go.
Yes. I want to see her.
Hello.
Yeah, sorry, hello. I purposely dressed the way I did because I knew this was going to happen. Okay, so, oh my God. Are her bare arms? Oh my God. Okay. Okay, so people, what she is wearing is a short sleeve kirtle like this one.
Mm.
Those sleeves being rolled up, she is not in the process of working. It's nighttime, so it's not awfully hot. Why are her smock sleeves rolled up? They should not be. There is no reason they should be. Also, she's actually got a little bit of money because she's got a piece of bling on that hood, right?
Oh, aye.
So why is she walking around like a peasant in just a short sleeve kirtle, right? What there's something weird going on here. That hood is also out of fashion at this point for women by like 20 years.
Mm.
20 years, that specific style. And also, I'm not certain what kind of kirtle she's wearing, like how she got that thing on. It's so tight on her waist and around her breast, and it has no lacing. So this is like the magic kirtle of doom that she managed to squeeze that thing over her shoulders, and it's still all fitted. Yeah, so there needs to have lace, or is there lacing on the side? Can you look under, see if you can look under her armpit.
Wait, actually, I think you do see something. Bump, 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 bump. There we go.
I mean, it could just be wrinkles. It's kind of hard to tell.
I think we're seeing some kind of...
Maybe it's just a shadow, right? Yeah. So, yeah, there needs to be lacing either on the sides or in the front. And she's got what I call a modern bust line. So she's got a bra bust line, right? That's not the medieval bust line in this era is breasts together and shelved. Not individually visible breasts, not in Bohemia in this era, not like that. Like they're too low, actually. They should be, because her dress should be designed in such a way that it actually supports itself, that it provides support, or this is Bohemia, or she actually has a smock, a linen undergarment that actually has built-in cup support and bust support, like we see in all the King Wenceslas Bible back bays. Either way, it's going to create this shelf effect that's higher and perkier. So the silhouette is very modern, but look at that. There is side lacing. Yep. Okay. So at least that mystery is solved. Side lacing, it's okay. Side lacing comes about this time. This is kind of the earliest we can really date side lacing to. At least there's that, but the bust line is all wrong, and the neckline is actually too high. It's too high for this era. And I don't know why her smock sleeves are rolled up, but at least she's wearing a smock. Because in the last version of this game, there are all these freaking women wandering around in just wool dresses. What the hell? What the hell? And her hair. Can I get a look at her hair? What's going on with her hair?
Let me see how far I can get. Is that okay, or do you want me to?
Yeah, let's wherever we can start in the back. Yeah, in the back is good. That's a good place to start. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so what's going on there? It looks like braids wrapped around her head, maybe. It's kind of hard to tell.
Yeah. Do you want me to move around a wee bit? 1 second.
Yeah, it's the fact that it's on the small screen versus the big screen, right? Ooh, light. Dear God, there we go. Light. Yay. That's good. Okay. So it looks like her hair is just magically wrapped around her head. So I don't know how they think that hair is staying there, but they don't really have bobby pins in this era. Not like we understand bobby pins.
We
The
have a
kind of
got one.
U-shaped pins they had would be very visible.
Yeah.
So otherwise, her hair could be secured to her head with a ribbon of some kind. But I'm not seeing. Maybe I am. Is that black ribbon? I think that's black ribbon, right? Yeah. Okay. Okay. So it looks like narrow black ribbon,
Mm.
but the likelihood of a woman like that being able to afford black silk ribbon is pretty low because black is the most expensive color. And it results in fabric that's really friable. So the fabric disintegrates quickly. So it's even more expensive. So yeah, the ribbon should be white, honestly. The ribbon binding her hair, it's always white in this era. So
Mm.
she should have white ribbon binding her hair, white hair tape as it's called. But at least they did that. But her hair should be covered.
Mm.
And here's the thing, it's not about, in this case, it's not about being married or not married. She's out in the city.
Yeah.
The air is dirty because of all this smoke and the torches, and her hair is going to get very mucky with all of the detritus that's in the air from
Mm.
ash, from the dirt, from the dust. So she's going to want to cover her hair like that woman kind of behind her just because she's out and about.
Yeah.
Honestly, it's not
Just
even
two of them.
right. It's not even a question of married or not married in this case. It's a question of I don't want my hair to be nasty and stiff with all the crap in it. Yeah. But even still, to 1410,
Yeah.
that kind of coiffure with the hair bound up isn't really bohemian. That's more of an Italian look.
Mm.
In Bohemia, in this era, when the hair is exposed, they still have these two little braids on the side.
Mm.
That's kind of suspended down from the front. Yeah.
Mm.
Oh, well, it wasn't all bad. It wasn't as bad as the first game. The first game was terrible. Outright terrible.
Right. Since everyone's here, actually, we could just follow the people and just judge their clothing. We're kind of actually lucky that the people
that they're all
population
here.
is doing something weird. Yeah. That looks like who are you, apprentice? Let me have a gawk off the old apprentice. Stay there.
Oh, Sabita, welcome. Thank you for joining us from India. Yeah.
I assume this is an apprentice blacksmith or something.
Yeah, what's going on with oh gosh, he's got that hipster apron on. Why is he
Your
walking
favorite.
around in an apron? Why is he wearing gloves? He's just out and about. He's not smithing. Why is he wearing his smith's clothes? Like he's wearing a smock, just a smock, and of course he's got those footballer shoulders again.
But it looks like his shoulders are just naturally like that.
Well, yeah, but no, humans aren't like that's not how humans are shaped. They all have those shoulders. But yeah, that hipster leather. So aprons in this era do not go over the shoulders. At least not Smith's aprons. Smith's aprons actually pin to the front of their shirt, and then they come down like this and go to the waist. And we know that because we have lots of depictions of early 15th century Smiths, and not a single one of them has an apron like that. But also, why is he wearing a belt over top of the apron that's supposed to protect him when he's smithing? Why would you expose your pouch and the contents of your pouch to the forge while you are smithing? Like that makes zero sense. Also, is he wearing metal gauntlets? Are those?
No, I think they're leather.
Wow, that's some shiny ass leather. Okay.
Yeah. I think it's the lighting though in the game.
It's like shining in the firelight. That's how shiny and polished this leather is. I don't know why he's wearing these giant leather gauntlets. It does not track.
I think that's more of the game graphics more thing. I think they're literally meant to be leather gloves. I think. Rachel's on fire. What's going on?
Power! My laptop needs power.
Oh yeah.
I just got the "we're about to die" message from my laptop.
Oh, this guy's curious.
Okay, I saved it. It's all good. I almost got booted from the stream. Yeah, I don't know why he's still wearing his smithing clothes in the middle of the night. I don't know why he's wearing a belt over top of his hipster waiter.
But I don't even know what's he up to at this time of night.
Yeah, like what?
He's walking away from the crowd.
This really, I'm increasingly believing this is setting us up for the early 15th century zombie apocalypse. Like I just feel Like all these people are actually undead at this point, which would explain everything I've complained about practically. Okay,
What
so
do you
this
think?
guy,
This one,
yeah,
yeah, this was interesting. I
it
thought this was pretty
is
interesting.
very
Obviously, it must be very
interesting.
historically accurate, right? Or
Yeah,
is he not?
absolutely. 100% not. So we've got a weird combination of things. Like the fabric he's wearing looks like it's cloth of gold, and it looks like maybe
Mm,
velvet cloth of gold of some kind. It's super shiny. Um, the
yeah.
pattern, can we get closer to the
Let me see
pattern?
who
I
he
don't
is.
know
It
if
just
we can
says
get close.
townsman as well. It doesn't say.
It just says
It
townsman.
doesn't say.
Great. That
Yeah.
pattern is not I haven't personally seen that kind of pattern in cloth from this era, nor from Bohemia, nor from anywhere else. The design is weird. Like, I don't know what's going on with his sleeves. It looks like he literally wound some kind of gold string around his forearm, because if you look, the strings actually go over where the button closures are on his forearm. So I'm not certain what that is. That is not a medieval thing at all.
Yeah.
Not an early 15th century thing, or any 15th century thing for that matter. Yeah, that's real weird. Like, why? It looks like he's trussed up his forearms like a piece of meat, like a rolled roast.
Yeah.
um, yeah, so that particular pattern, that honestly it actually looks better now that you're up close to it.
Yeah.
But it's still a little not quite right for this era. But the trussing of the arms is real weird. That's
Mm,
The buttons are in the wrong place. So buttons in this era are placed right on the edge. They're sewn to the edge of the garment. And the
mm,
buttonholes also go right to the edge of the garment so that there's a perfect joint. So there's
yeah.
no overlap. You don't overlap the edges. The edges go flush like this, and you create a perfectly smooth silhouette. So that's a very modern style of buttoning that they've got going on. Let's see, what else? Again, it's just kind of baggy and shapeless, even though the fabric ostensibly with that sheen of gold should be about $1,000 a meter in modern terms or more.
Mm,
So he shouldn't be wearing what looks like a peasant worker's hood. He should be wearing something very fashionable on his head, or he should have a very fitted hood, like a
mm.
really fitted hood, not this kind of, yeah, no, it's no, no. If it weren't for the cloth, I would say that he's a shepherd, right?
Yeah,
But the
but
cloth,
it just says townsman, so it's not like he's anything special. He's just going around doing basic
right?
jobs
But
around town and
they've
stuff.
dressed this townsman in ridiculously expensive fabric that is
Yeah,
cut
yeah.
like shepherds, like workmen's clothing. So it's,
Mm,
yeah, come on, guys, you can do better. I
it's
think I've shown you
strange.
before that the overgarments in this era, in like 1410,
Mm,
for fashionable men that would be made out of that, they're either super voluminous, the houppelande, it's
mm,
called houppelande, as it's called in French, or super fitted in the body down to the hips, and then there's like skirts or something. But it's not this. This is
yeah,
not. This is. But also, can we look at that belt and the pouch?
yeah.
Because
Let me see if I can
I think
show
I'm
it.
going to have feelings about that belt and pouch.
There. Is that good enough, or do you want me to try to get deeper?
No, a little closer, but in general, you are right. Okay, so now I just have to wait for it to get on the big screen,
1 second.
and then I can do a better
I'm
assessment of
trying
it.
to pin him down.
Oh, Takeda, you're not very late. We had to wait like half an hour, 40 minutes for the renovation of the forge to complete.
And we haven't even gone to the forge yet.
We haven't even gotten to the forge yet. We're still harping on the clothing as best we can. Okay, that belt is like, it doesn't even look like a medieval belt buckle to me. And they didn't generally tie their belt ends up around that way. They just let the belt end hang. They
Mm,
didn't loop it around itself and tuck it. Like, that's a modern thing.
mm,
They would just let the belt end hang because it was part of the bling.
mm.
And that belt buckle is not. It's that thick belts are not a thing in this era. Big, thick, boring belts like that, not a thing. That belt, even especially for a man like this, that belt should be blinged out, and it should probably he can afford fabric like that. His belt should probably be made of silk velvet. Like, it can have a leather core, but it should be a luxurious belt.
Mm.
That pouch, that's fantasy. That
Yeah.
pouch is fantasy. That's a
Mm.
fantasy pouch. You can buy that at any Ren fair in the US and it will be fine. But if you're doing 1410 Bohemia,
It does look like something you get out of the Ren Fair, though.
Right.
Yeah.
That is, I mean, it's impractical, that kind of closure. Like medieval people love buckles.
Hmm.
Buckles for the win, everyone. Ring belts also not medieval. I would like to point that out there right now. But yeah, no, that this belt does not even vaguely go with this level of wealth that is being encapsulated by the fabric that they've chosen. But even at the level of a workman in this era, that belt is modern. There's nothing medieval about it. It's the only thing medieval about it is that it's made of leather and the buckle is metal. That's that's as far as it gets. But buckles in this era, even for the lower classes, they could afford pewter. That was pretty. They could afford pretty pewter buckles, and men loved their bling. Medieval men loved their bling.
Well, he's got plenty of bling on him as well. Like, might as well shove that in too.
Yeah, I mean, the buckle all along the entire belt should be covered in metal studs, cast in various interesting shapes. Even the holes, like I don't see any hole protectors there. There should be eyelets, metal eyelets for the holes, the holes of the belt. One, to make it so that it's strong and it doesn't tear out. But two, again, bling. So yeah, this is, fail, epic fail, 0 out of 10. Do not recommend this belt or pouch.
Mark, welcome to the channel. I hope you enjoyed this review of Rachel tearing people apart.
Yeah, welcome, Mark. Thank you for joining
poor
us.
developers probably watching this right now with the toilet paper. Rachel's tearing my work apart. No.
If they had called this Kingdom Come Deliverance to Fantasy Mohemia, like if it had been the Blue Site Wars, right? Then I'm not gonna have a conversation about it's fantasy, but it's supposed to be historical.
Yeah.
And it's not hard to actually design a 1410 style pouch. That ain't it.
Mark, if you want to go onto my channel there, go down to the very bottom. I have a playlist of the eras going from the late antiquity Ireland with Niall of the Nine Hostages, then going over to the Golden Age of Ireland with the likes of St. Columbina, all the saints and scholars of Ireland like St. Bridget, etc. And then I head over to like the Viking Age and the arrival of the Normans, so on and so forth. So I'd say definitely pick whichever era you want and just go through the videos. That playlist also has other Irish YouTubers and other YouTubers full stop in there. So go wild, go mad inside there. I put it together for a reason. So yeah.
Yeah, Takeda, you're absolutely 100%. That buckle, the wire buckle, it's practically a modern buckle, right? Yeah. Yep. Okay, who else can we tear apart?
This guy looks like he's on the chopping block next. I keep clicking DLC thinking I'm going to get the, oh, that's interesting. I can't wait for you to tear this apart.
Oh my God, what? I'm going to be quite honest. I don't completely understand what it is I'm even seeing.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm thinking.
What is that? Is that a bib? Is he wearing? He's wearing a bib. Yeah. He's wearing a bib. I don't know.
It's a bib hood.
It's a bibbed hood.
Yeah.
I don't.
What? Who is he supposed to be? 1 second. Tonesman as well. What? No way.
He's a random. Okay, but let's. There's some positives here, though. They're positives. Okay, could we go to the front view? Front view, and then I want to get a close up, as close as we can, of the buttons on both the bib.
I don't think he wants to get reviewed.
and
there we go.
And the So what I am seeing actually makes me a little happy. Those buttons look like small round cast buttons. Very good choice. Very appropriate choice. The bib itself, I'm going to say I have never seen in the early 15th century any man wearing a hood with a weird bib like that. I'm not certain on what that is based. And I like to phrase it that way specifically. Maybe the creators found a very specific and esoteric piece of artwork, possibly depicting a saint or something, where there's this interesting garment on it, but I haven't seen. But the buttonholes are nice.
Yeah.
Hear me out. Those buttonholes are great. They actually look like proper medieval buttonholes that are big, and you can tell that they've been finished by hand with a buttonhole stitch. those buttonholes don't make me mad. I'm actually okay with those buttonholes. Yeah.
Finally, some buttonholes that work.
Right? Some appropriate buttonholes. It looks though like there's still some kind of weird overlap between the edges of the bib, which, because this bib is not really an authentic garment, I'm less mad about. But still, in terms of techniques, again, everyone, for the entire, all of Europe, and I mean all of Europe, like 99% of the garments I've examined that have buttons, the buttons are sewn onto the edge, not on the top. And the buttonholes go all the way up to the other edge, and then the ends meet flush like this. And the buttons are on a shaft so that the button kind of reaches through the buttonhole so that the edges of your garment meet perfectly flush so that you get the perfect silhouette, right? So there's not overlap like there is in modern buttons, flush. So this still looks like though there's some overlap. So that's disappointing. Okay, can we look at his tunic, his coat, C-O-T-E?
Right, tunic. Do you want to go back or front?
Front. Let's do front because I want to look.
He doesn't want to be on the show. 1 second.
Hey,
come here. You're going on the show.
Buddy, you have no choice, buddy. Come on.
Right, there we go. How about,
okay. We can get a little closer.
A little closer, okay. How close do you want to go?
Zoom.
No, that's it. It doesn't want to, oh, there we go. I'm trying to play with the cameras for it to go in. Go on.
Yeah, it looks like those might actually be cloth self-stuffed buttons. So I'm just waiting for it to actually show up on my big screen so I can verify. But if it is cloth self-stuffed buttons, what you do is you take all the scraps from making the garment. They would save every single scrap. Nothing would go to waste. And then you cut out little circles, lots of little circles, and then you run a thread around it and make a little pouch and stuff the edges in, and that's your button. So it's literally a button that is made from the scraps of your garment, and then it matches perfectly because it's the same fabric. You don't need to add any extra stuffing or anything. It's just the edges that get tucked in to the little circle. So those definitely look like self-stuffed buttons. Also makes me happy, but again, it's layer on layer closing instead of perfectly edge closed, and you can just tell that because of how it lays like that. Yeah, I wonder if I think I might actually have a coat over here that has buttons done the right way.
Nice. It's 3 a.m. Yeah, but it's not 3 a.m. here because we're presenting over to not just Ireland, of course, but over to the States and also over in Asia. Myself and Rachel are over in Asia right now. We're not in Ireland, so we're not insane. I swear, we're not crazy.
I forgot that I actually have a coat, C-O-T-E, from about this era. I didn't make it. So let me show you what I mean by the buttons being flush on the edge. So they're right on the edge.
Yeah, same.
Right? They're not on the top, not here. They're on the very edge. And then the buttonhole on the other side, oh, that's a bad example. I'm not going to show you that because those buttonholes aren't close enough. But this is one of the styles of coats, C-O-T-E, that men, not women, would be wearing.
Hey guys.
In this era, right? So this is an overgarment. This would go over the doublet, the pourpoint, as they're called, the bombs as they say in German, which was the official language, one of the languages of the Bohemian court. So, but as you see, it's not completely shapeless, right? It's still shaped, right? So it still has shape. And this is a man's garment. I know it looks sexy. I know it's a hot look. Please don't get overexcited, everyone. But this is a man's garment, right? And even for a man, you can see there is shaping. So it's not just a rectangle that's belted, right? So overgarment, C-O-T-E, coat, C-O-T-E, coat. Okay. So this is what they should be wearing. And actually, if I do these buttons, there is shaping because the stylish look in this era is pigeon chested for men.
Yeah,
is pigeon chested, right? So not American footballer, not rugby player, right? You're supposed to have this shaping, and so your doublet would actually have some shaping in it to create that pigeon chested look, and it would be padded. And then the garment that goes over top would then naturally have that pigeon-chested look. All of these people they're all rugby players. There's a whole bunch of damn rugby players in this town.
A whole load of pull-ups.
Right? Yeah. Let's see. I just noticed the red cotter under the bib is jacquard or brocade. Why not just clean wool? Yeah, so it's some kind of brocade, right? Or damask maybe. Again, it's supposed to be just a random townsman, but this level of fabric would be very expensive, especially with that shine. It's obviously silk and possibly metallic, so it's going to be gold. So yeah, it's kind of weird. It could just be silk, so it's shiny, or it could be cloth of gold, which is crazy expensive. But what's really weird, and I don't understand it, maybe it's the pattern that it's got stripes. Is it like, are those seams or stripes?
I have no
Stripes
idea.
are
I
not
think
a
they're
thing in this
striped.
era. Yeah, stripes,
Well, it's messed up
stripes,
now.
stripes are not a thing in this era. So
It
yeah,
does look like stripes rather than anything
yeah, it's
else.
not, it's not striped damask. I've never seen an example of that. That's pretty fantastical. Yeah.
It's amazing how he did that,
Yeah.
especially in the year 1403. What a view!
It's a liripipe dicky.
That's really good.
Takeda, you're fantastic. I love you, Takeda. Yeah. So I'll keep this out for further reference the next time we need to reference it. Now the fact that it buttons in the front and it only buttons, so this garment, this thing he's wearing, it should look like this, like in shape. Like the thing
Yeah.
I just took off is how this thing should be shaped. And I mean, it's correct that it doesn't button all the way. That's fine. But in terms of its shape, it should be shaped like this. It should be fitted in the body, and there should be skirts.
Right. Yeah.
Yep. Yep.
So he failed. What about his hat? His
Yeah.
hat seems to be all right, doesn't it?
Let me see. I'm not sure if it's the ambient light or if they did actually skip button placement, which would be neat, although I'm not sure if doing paired or tripled button groups were 14th century or later. Yeah, so the paired, I have not seen evidence of paired button groups in the 14th century. The first time I can recall seeing paired button groups is like the end of the 15th century, but that doesn't mean I just haven't seen it before then. All the buttonholes and buttons that I've seen in extant garments and visual from this era, it's all, all the way down. But I know I've seen reenactors having coats that have paired buttons. I just don't know what that's based on because I haven't seen it myself. Okay, what do we got going on here? Okay, his coif is not tied, right? Okay, guys. If you're gonna wear a coif, you're gonna tie the strings. So I don't know why, but this is a big thing in the reenactor world, in the medieval reenactor world. You've got people wandering around with coifs and they never tie the strings. You're supposed to tie the strings. That's why the coif has strings.
I can't say nothing. I've done it a good few times. Just block it out my head. Just chill out. Like,
you're supposed to tie the strings. And every reenactor I knew was like, God, my strings always get in my food. Yeah, because you don't fucking tie them. Tie your strings.
why does my soup taste funny?
Oh my God. Oh yeah. Okay, so yeah, he's wearing a coif. So coifs, a man who dresses like this should not be wearing a coif. No. First off, it's red. That's crazy expensive dye stuff, and it's a deep red, right? He's got a red cap on. The coifs are not being worn by people as a fashion piece at this point. This is the early 15th century. It's not the 13th century. It's not the first half of the 14th century. By now, men are no longer wearing coifs unless they're in the fields working, right? Workmen are wearing coifs. This is clearly not a field peasant. At least he's not dressed like one at the moment. Yeah, so there's this coif thing. Oh, look, it's another bib. Okay.
Yeah, I know. I was just thinking that as well. I was like, wait, his friend has got a bib as well.
Got bibs. Lots of bibs. Why are these bibs? I mean, I have looked at, there isn't much. So everyone, I have been ever since Philip turned me on to Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 as a way to inform people about fashion. I've been looking into Bohemian clothing. I've looked at the extant garments and I keep finding new publications. I've been looking at what little art has survived from this era. And, I just haven't seen have I seen a bib like that. So if you have seen the Liripipe bib in original medieval extant art from Bohemia in this era, do let me know. Otherwise, I'm continuing with the 0 out of 10, do not recommend. Yeah, so his facial hair is actually not bad. They definitely did, what's it called? Goatees. Goatees are definitely in fashion in this era. So the goatee is actually okay. Yeah, the goatee is okay. That's fine. That's good.
That's grand. We'll find more victims.
Yeah.
Hello, sir. How are you keeping? Oh, he's got the goatee going too, so it's not too bad.
Yeah, the goatee's okay.
I have a habit of constantly pressing DLC, thinking it's photo. Is this the hair you were bitching about earlier, or is this okay? Oh, he's bald. Or is that
No,
oopsies?
no, he's got a tonsure, doesn't he? Or is he a bald
No,
spot,
just
or
a
is he
bald
actually
mark.
supposed to be? Oh, it's just a bald
Actually,
spot.
it's a good.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's a bald spot. Yeah, it's a bald spot. Must be his
It looks
partner there.
really tonsure-like. Is he
Hmm.
supposed to be a monk? What does it label him as?
He is regular townsman with his townswoman.
Regular townsman with his townswoman. That's
Yeah.
fantastic.
Shit.
Okay, they just included a random bald spot. Got it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so short hair is not in fashion.
Okay.
And I don't just mean in fashion, like short hair is impractical.
Okay.
Short hair is impractical because that means you have to cut it,
Hmm.
right? And you can't, especially the more time you spend working, the less time you have to go and cut your hair.
Hmm.
So there's, you don't actually see lots of examples of short hair in across the medieval period. You don't see lots of examples of short hair. You see
Hmm.
lots of examples of kind of like just at the chin level or shoulder level hair, because that only requires trimming every so often,
Hmm.
right? And then it's easy to just let do, right? You don't have to. You're not going to get weird cowlicks with
Hmm.
shoulder length hair. Hair like this, my man has to wet his hair every morning because otherwise he's going to wake up with this going
Hmm.
on.
Hmm.
So yeah, you don't see lots of examples of short hair in many places across Europe. The exceptions are when you've had to shave your head because of lice, or you've
Hmm.
had to shave your head because of some disease, or you've had to shave your head because your hair caught on fire, right? I'm not saying it didn't happen. It's just not, it doesn't tend to be the common thing. And in this era in Bohemia, what you see pretty much everywhere is hair that's like for men anyway, is hair
Hmm.
down to the chin level is most common. Yeah.
And the rest, I think his outfit's actually the nicest one, to be honest with you.
I,
Maybe,
it's the
as you were
most,
saying there.
honestly, it's actually, okay, it's not bad. It still has the wrong silhouette.
Okay.
Then that's going to be the men and women here. None of them have the right silhouette, honestly.
Yeah, yeah,
But
yeah.
yeah, but it's wool. It's wool, and it's all like correct for itself,
Hmm.
right? Like the wool hood is appropriate for the wool coat. The dagging, we see examples of the dagging. For those who don't know, is the trimmed looking hanging edges around the hood. That's called dagging.
Hmm.
And that is appropriate for this era, that style of dagging. Again, we've got the coat that's just kind of a rectangle, doesn't
Yeah.
have any shaping, and the edges are overlapping like this instead of meeting flush.
Hmm.
The belt, no, belt is a fail. And I don't know, why is he wearing two? Does he have a sword?
Let me have a
Is
quick.
he,
Oh, he does actually have a sword on him.
wait, he has a sword, so he's not a peasant. Okay, so everyone,
Let me have a gawk.
peasants don't wear swords in this era. So if he's wearing a sword, he should be at least a knight, and he should be dressed more nicely than this.
But he's
He
got a
should
funny
definitely
looking
he
sword.
should definitely be dressed more fashionably.
His sword looks funny though. Do you not
He
think so?
stole my bald spot. Were full beards a common style in Bohemia in the early 14th century? They were not. They are not. At least the visual evidence that we have is that full beards are absolutely not at all. Like I have seen zero full beards, and I guess it also depends on what you mean by full beard. Do you mean that you just have like facial hair growing all the way from, hairline all the way to chin, or do you mean full beard? If you mean full beard, definitely not. Only kind of old wise men are depicted. Old wise men are invariably in the 15th century invariably depicted as having big bushy beards, but that's not the fashion, and that's supposed to indicate to the viewer that this is a man who stopped caring about his appearance and grooming. Yeah, no, it seems groomed facial hair is fashionable in early 15th century in Bohemia, either the goatee or sometimes I can't think of any visual representation of even a trimmed beard, full beard in this era. Now, again, there might be the creators may have found other visual evidence that they're relying on there, but I haven't seen it. And also, I don't speak Czech, and I don't. There's a lot of sources that are documentary in nature that might talk about things like full beards that I don't have access to, but I doubt the creators of the game do either. So yeah, but the evidence points towards no, that it's
Yeah.
more goatee, carefully groomed facial hair.
Not like mine.
Yeah, and like, but so the rhythm seems to be 2 weeks. There's a lot of references across medieval Europe, 15th century Europe, 14th to 15th century Europe, to 2 weeks hair growth. So it seems that that if you were shaven, it's about every 2 weeks that you shave. So you're not shaving every day either, everyone. Yeah. Now that mustache, I'm not certain about the handlebar stash. That's questionable. But having a sort of where it just kind of all goes into each other, that's I haven't really seen the handlebar stash so much in this era, and certainly not in Bohemia. But he's got a sword. I mean, come on, man.
It's the sword that's questionable, because even comment section is like, what kind of sword is that?
What is that sword? Yeah, what is that? Is that what is he? What?
Yeah, it's a very questionable sword.
But I mean, it's all that undecorated plain leather, the lack of bling. Again, just like earlier, that belt should be completely blinged out, at least with pewter castings, which were the poor person's metal bling, right?
Yeah.
It should the sword, the sheath, like, what? No, just no. Yeah, what kind of sword is that? Why is it so? Is it a machete? Is he?
That's what I was thinking. It looks more like a machete than anything else.
Or is it supposed to be a falchion? Is that what it is, guys? Is that a falchion? Is that what it's supposed to be? I don't. And that handle, like, oh, maybe he's a butcher and he's carrying around some kind of super specialty jumbo filleting knife. I don't.
How much meat do you want?
So it's a hunting sword falchion messer somewhere in between.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe it is. Maybe it is. You're right. Maybe it is. It's just there's that handle just looks like a maybe. Yeah, which maybe it's a falchion, but even still, I'm not certain. So many places, many cities had laws about who could carry swords and or giant knives and who couldn't.
Yeah.
And I'm not certain what the rules were in Bohemia or in the various cities. So, but still that belt.
What is going on?
No, that's why I said maybe it's a falchion. Yeah. The sword is a dagon. Oh, okay. Takeda to the rescue. The sword is a dagon. It's the forerunner of the combat messer. Aha. Okay. Still, it really does look like a giant knife, doesn't it? Yeah. Okay, but the belt, no, it needs even anyone who could afford that, because that may be the lower class version, but beggars can't afford that. Can't afford a falchion or a messer or any version of any of those. So it should still have pewter bling on his belt and other places. And again, the rectangular narrow cut of his garments, fail. Just a fail.
Poor guy. He's not the worst one though. I think he's a lot better than a lot of the other ones.
No. I mean, we've seen worse. Of course, we have.
And his wife doesn't seem too bad either.
Actually, his shoes are actually pretty decent. Actually,
yeah. Let me go over and have Gawka's shoes.
Yeah, his shoes are good. The guy next to him has weird. Right, I need to look at the guy next to him because those shoes there's something wrong with them. But his shoes. About me or his shoes? No, the guy. Oh, that's you. Yeah, we need to look at your shoes because there's something wrong with them. But his shoes are actually pretty darn good. They look like proper turn shoes. They have a pointed toe, the way that all shoes from this era have. This is not the era of the Kumal Shua. This is the area of nice fitted shoes. So let's look at your shoes, shall we? Let's look at boys' shoes and see what's going on there.
Can you say it properly, or do you want to do anything else? Because I think I can zoom into that far. Those
are great. Yeah, they've got nice cut. Well, okay, so those are actually definitely in more upper class style shoes. So they've been pierced. That's what's called pierce work.
Yeah.
And definitely, we absolutely have shoes from this era that have pierce work. So that's good. But no, what the hell you're wearing? That's a big fail. Fail on every level. God. Fail. The silhouette is wrong. The calf boot with the rolled down fucking dagging is wrong. Rowel spurs? You're just walking around in Rowel spurs? Are you riding a horse or not? Right? Like what is going on here? And
I'm
then
sorry,
suddenly,
Rachel. Okay, I thought they were cool.
I don't even know, but at least there are buckles on the side. That's correct
Oh, really?
for calf boots in this era, calf or knee boots in this era.
Mm,
The buckle. So basically, what would happen is the calf, the cylindrical part, the shaft that goes around your calf would actually be big enough for you to pull on, and
mm,
then you use the buckles to actually strap it down and fit the shape of your calf,
yeah.
because you can't just, you can't actually get your foot through the fitted ankle, right?
Mm,
You wouldn't, so it needs to be loose enough. So that's what those buckles are for. But
yeah.
what's weird about your boots is sometimes they look like there's something weird about the angle. Like sometimes they have the right silhouette and sometimes they have a really flat toed silhouette, but that
Mm.
seam over the top. No. No, shoes from this era don't have a seam over the top like that. Not even the boots that have survived have a seam over the top like that. You wouldn't want a seam over the top like that, honestly. You just wouldn't. It's going to be uncomfortable. I'm going to see if I have any. Yeah.
So
Um,
I'm failing the test so far, am I?
they fail to put that work into his shoe buckles and leather. Why skimp on the belt and pal? Yeah, right. If they, yeah, they went to all that trouble to make the shoes, which no one but me is looking at. But his belt that everyone sees looks like garbage. So I don't know. Everyone is wearing these wearing all these garters. So garters aren't so necessary
Mm,
as an item of wear anymore, because by now you no longer have chausses, you have hosen.
yeah.
You've got hosen that actually lace into your doublet,
Mm,
and so you don't need garters anymore to hold them in place. So sometimes we occasionally see garters being worn as a symbolic thing, but garters are not really, by men anyway, they're not really a fashion item anymore at this era,
yeah.
unless you're like going to a meeting of the Order of the Garter where it's part of your regalia. Women are wearing garters though, because our hosen only come up to our knees and a little bit above, so we need the garters to hold them up. But
Ah.
yeah, men aren't really, by 1410s. It's not done anymore. You just
Mm.
you just don't need them anymore. But a lot of reenactors wear them anyway in the 15th century. So
Because they're cool, that's why.
yeah, you just don't see them anymore.
Right. Who are we going to harass now? We'll go up. There's more people coming on top. Oh,
Takeda
here's a
says
couple.
he agrees. Why is the
Oh,
man in
you
the
see,
fancy boots wearing spurs while walking around this city?
come back here, you.
I don't
We'll
know.
go harass her. So,
Takeda, maybe he's worried that he's going to have to like panickedly launch on the back of any random horse and gallop away to get away from the mob of zombies that's wandering around in the middle of the night here. Who
she's
knows?
got an interesting belt, though.
Okay, so yeah, let's talk about her. Party color is not a thing anymore in this
Party,
era.
party.
It's not the party mi-parti, as it's called, that
Mm,
two colors split in half. It's not done by women,
mm,
unless it's a very rare heraldic dress, and she's not heraldically dressed.
mm.
So it shouldn't be two colors. It should be
Conjoin.
one color. The
Mm.
whole silhouette on hers is honestly very 14th century.
Yeah.
Um, which, I mean, I will tell you that yes, of course, there women in 1410s were probably still wearing dresses that were made in the 14th century, but it's earlier 14th century. So we're talking like 1460s, 70s kind of thing. So,
Mm,
and the silhouette's not right. Again, she's got modern breasts, like she's got modern bra breasts.
mm,
In Bohemia in this era, they're here, and
mm.
they're positioned there by this fitted laced up smock that they had, that was very unique in Bohemia, by the way, that would position the breast in this shelf like manner, and so you wouldn't have two separate breasts showing that way. It would kind of show like a shelf.
Mm.
So the silhouette's fine. Her hair's okay. Her hair in 1410, Bohemian women are still wearing their hair with the braids that come forward like that. So that's actually okay. She's got a veil on. I'm happy with that.
Mm.
Her coat, unfortunately, it's got the buttons on top, layer edges over top of edges instead of edges meeting flush. And what's interesting is they managed to capture how crappy that looks. So
Mm.
instead of having a nice smooth line all the way down, you've got this bulky edge showing off. So I'm impressed that the developers managed to capture that and
Mm.
explain why you don't want to have your edges overlap like that.
Mm.
But there they did it anyway. her belt is weird as hell. I don't.
Yeah, what's going on with the belt? It's funky.
So if maybe it's supposed to be woven, and for certain, we have plenty of evidence in the 15th century all across Europe of woven belts that where you attach a metal harness, as it's called in 15th century English. The word harness refers to also to the metal bits, to the metal furnishings, right? So you would attach the harness to the tablet woven or inkle loom woven fabric. It's just I don't know for certain that it's supposed to be fabric. But again, the belt's a fail because it still needs bling, and it's got a weirdly square buckle. That looks like it got ripped off of some, like, I don't know, my girth. That looks like the kind of buckle I would use on my horse's saddle girth. Honestly. I mean my modern horse's saddle girth, not a medieval one. Yeah, and the narrowness of the skirts is really weird too. So even women, working women, so peasant women, artisans, merchants' wives, and she's got some nice things. So she's got to be a member of the merchant class. She's not a noblewoman, or she wouldn't be out like this. But she's at least a member of the merchant class. Look at that really nice, elegant pouch, which is actually not bad. But I'll get back to that pouch in a moment. But her skirts are like weirdly narrow. Let me see if I can get back far enough. Right. So like she should have skirts that should flow like that when she turns around, but it looks like she's wearing like a early 20th century hobble skirt. Kind of weird. That pouch though is very correct. It's a nice pouch. Congratulations. Finally we see a good pouch.
Decent
very
pouch.
Nice.
It's finally been revealed.
But it's been looped onto her belt.
Yeah.
And that's, you don't want to just loop a pouch onto your belt, because it's going to wear at the belt and pull it down. So there's actually metal harness. There's a metal fitting that goes, and I didn't think to bring my belt out today. There's a specific metal fitting for 15th century belts, 14th and 15th century, actually 13th, 14th, and 15th century belts. It's a purse hanger, and it's metal, and it attaches onto the leather, and then you attach the perch to the metal bit, the metal hanger. And then the weight of the pouch is evenly distributed through the whole belt. You wouldn't just, no.
Rachel's starting to get broken here.
No.
Okay, just to get back into the comments section so we can give Rachel breathing space. What was it called? We are in the year, what was it, guys? Just answer this question here.
1410s, I think. Is
1403.
Are we still in 1403? Okay.
Yeah, this is 1403 in Kuttenberg. Yeah. So, because people were asking about the neckline. Is the neckline like that in 1403 in Kuttenberg?
So actually, the neckline is, the fashionable neckline is off the shoulder in this era. So the Bohemian necklines are actually like this in this era. The Bohemian necklines are actually like this in this era, is the fashionable Bohemian neckline. Now, what are peasants wearing in the field? We have not as much art has survived from Bohemia as we might like. But the fashionable neckline for women in Bohemia in this era is actually this.
Okay, I'm shocked about that,
So,
actually.
yeah, I know, right? But with breasts perkily placed here, I mean, I've got like little sad B cups. But anyway, right, with breasts perkily placed here, not like that, right? So this is the fashionable neckline in about 1403 in Bohemia. It's a rounded neckline. The scoop neckline is a little bit before this, but like I said, it frequently happens throughout all the Middle Ages that just because your dress was made 10 or 20 years ago doesn't mean you don't still wear it. So you have to remember that the art that has been delivered to us will always depict especially young people in the latest and greatest fashions. That doesn't necessarily reflect dressing practices of every level of society. And we know from chroniclers from all across the 15th century that older people, more mature people, tend to wear older fashioned clothing, right? So they tend to wear the clothes that they wore 10 or 20 years ago, whereas the young people are young and have to have new things made because they just reached adulthood. So I don't hate it. I don't hate what she's wearing. There's just, again, edges should meet flush, not overlap. It should be for 1403 if she's a fashionable woman, which she's young. Look at her. Look at that. Look at that Korean perfect porcelain skin. She should probably have an off-the-shoulder look actually going on.
Happy days. And back into the comment section again. You haven't covered anything to do with Byzantine Empire fashion yet, haven't you?
I haven't actually. I mean, I've done research into Byzantine. So first off, Eastern Roman Empire is tricky because, of course, it's like 1,000 years. Also, and then there's a difference between the official court attire and then the clothing that kind of your everyday average people were wearing, and they're not the same because court attire was very stagnant in Byzantium. It sort of there was a style. They reach a certain point where this is what you wear when it's court and when it's official and when you're performing your official function as a member of the imperial court. And that's different from what your average everyday people are wearing. But I do not currently have a video on Eastern Roman clothing. I do not. Let me see. What else do we have? Oh, goodness. Put a foundry in your forge and you'll make a killing selling copper blinged up buckles in this city. Business opportunity. 1403 in Bohemia. Could the sloppy square coats the men are wearing be the transition to the later fuller and pleated early Wappenrock? I'm not sure when that evolution started. No. No. So Takeda, from this era, we already have that Wappenrock kind of silhouette, just without the big rounded pleats. So it's just sloppy. It's sloppy on the part of the designers. It's got nothing to do with any look from any of the Middle Ages, honestly. And I think in part it's like an attempt to make them. It wouldn't surprise me if it's not an attempt to make the men's clothes look more manly by modern Western standards, right? Because it looks less like a dress, right? And more just like a coat, C-O-A-T, is actually the thought I just had, right? Because probably when I put this on, everyone is going to assume this is a woman's garment, when in fact, this is an authentic men's overgarment, coat, C-O-T-E, from about 1400, right? So if you look, I'm so glad I have this. This was given to me. This was a freebie by someone whose child outgrew it.
Really?
This is actually a child's coat for a young man, but it fits me. So, right. So if you see, we've actually got some shaping happening, right? So we've got skirts, right? Look, right? And so you might look at this and you might think it's a dress, right? It's not. It's not a modern woman's dress. This is a 15th century, very masculine, very manly, in the era man's coat. But it has skirts and they flare out. And I'm going to bet that someone looked at this, something like this, and said, oh, our manly men are not going to like that. They're not going to want to look like a woman. So we're going to make the clothes look more manly and make it very square and very rugby. And yeah, I think that's probably what happened, honestly. But no, this is what it should look like. This is it. This is what their coats should look like. This is the silhouette it should have. And even with these sleeves too, by the way, you've got fun sleeves. Look at that fun shaping. Look at that. You've got this fun curve, right? Not just boring old tubes. Yeah. And this is the middle class version. This is not the rich person's version, but the cut is the same. In many cases, what differentiates a lower or middle class impression from an upper class isn't so much the cut as the fabric, right? Obviously, with a train, peasants aren't wearing garments with trains, but in terms of like the basic silhouette, what often differentiates them is the material, not so much the shape. So yeah.
This guy's buttons, I kind of like it a wee bit more, or is it completely wrong?
It's still over. I mean, so these are wooden buttons. It looks like, to me anyway, it looks like wooden buttons, and that's very authentic because we have actually from the river, the Thames in London, actually, we have excellent wooden buttons like that. And I think I saw that somewhere excavated in Prague as well. So round wooden buttons for the win. The buttonholes, they look very much like buttonholes I've seen on extant medieval garments. Again, though, that big edge and the way that it overlaps, like that's no. No.
Just
And I mean, this one I didn't make this. This was actually commercially available from an American medieval clothing, a purveyor of medieval clothing of various eras, right? So they didn't do the buttonholes quite right. The buttonholes should definitely go more towards the edge. Yeah, he's got button sleeves that are rolled up. Again, I'm not certain why everyone's rolled their sleeves up in the middle of the night. Like, this has got to be the zombie apocalypse. I don't understand why everyone seems to be walking around with their sleeves rolled up, except for you, with your falconer's gauntlets on.
My pimpin' ain't easy
Yeah, right.
gloves.
Yeah.
So I see his back.
Yeah. So basically, what this man is wearing right now should look like this. That's what the silhouette should be. And definitely should not have the most square shoulders ever. Like, it really looks like he's got shoulder pads under that thing. Like, I don't know. Just no. Let's see. The cut of that green coat looks so much like a Henrikian's yeoman's livery. Yeah, except that it's also, that should have the Waffenrock thing going on with the yeoman's livery, right? It should be fitted in the body of the waist, and then it should have full skirts. So yeah. 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 Okay, what else do we have? What is going on with that pouch?
Oh, the pouch here? Whoa,
yeah. What is the pouch on his butt? I guess his butt pouch. what is happening?
There we go.
I'm just gonna keep this on because I'm probably gonna have to keep making this point again and again and again.
Oh my god, I think this is really fun for everyone watching, and everyone's learning so much, but I'm gonna have a broken Rachel by the end of it.
Okay, so that pouch, it looks like it's tooled leather, which I don't hate in general, but the shape is just it's very generic medieval, right? Like, it's not, it looks like it tried to become what's called a kidney pouch, and it just failed. It failed. So, damn it, my condottiere is not here. He's on the road somewhere in the middle of nowhere, America. So they have these pouches that are called kidney pouches because they're kind of shaped like kidneys, right? And that is very 15th century and very appropriate. But this one is just kind of like, it just couldn't decide what it wanted to be when it grew up, and so it never reached full kidney. I don't hate the tooling is lovely. Tooled leather, very much a medieval thing. All the extant leather, for those of you who are in Germany, they're in Offenbach, and don't laugh at me if you're from Germany. Offenbach is an okay place if you just stick to the museum I'm talking about.
Oh, no.
Offenbach is near Frankfurt, and the German National Shoe and Leather Museum is there. And they have a massive collection of medieval leather items, extant medieval leather items. Shoes, boxes, pouches, books, book covers, all kinds of things you never realized were made out of leather in the Middle Ages. And so they have lots of examples of tooled leather like that. Now, the specific tooling is not the most 15th century I've ever seen. Kind of a little, but it could be worse. It could be worse. Yeah, it can always be worse, I guess.
So overall, he's actually not doing. I'm stuck in my own book, but 1 second.
I mean, the silhouette is wrong. They're all wrong. Everyone's silhouette is wrong. It's none of these people. No medieval person would look at these people and say, "Yeah, you look right." They would say, "What's wrong with your clothes? And why are your shoulders so square?"
Lots of pull-ups. Why aren't you doing your pull-ups? What's going on here?
Yeah. At least he has studs. You're right. At least there's a couple of random minimalist studs in his belt. Wait, what was that? I saw harness. I saw actual pretty nice harness and some bit of leather. What did you just go by? Was it you? Is that you?
No, it's this guy here. Is it?
Was it your belt? Your belt actually looks like it has harness.
Let me see.
Are you wearing the? Is that you with the torch back there?
Give me a second. 1 second. Photo mode. Boop. Are you talking about this guy or me?
The guy with the spectacles. The guy with the spectacles on his face.
That's me.
Okay, yeah, let's look at you. Let's look at you. Let's look at your belt.
No.
I think your belt might actually be good, I think your belt is good. I got really excited when I saw that harness. That was actually pretty okay looking.
Rachel tear my character apart now. I'll have to go back and review his whole outfit. Oh my God, I'm too close to him.
Yeah, right. And Takeda's got a point. The guy in the simple wool coat is wearing one of the fuel-tooled leather pouches, not the guys in brocade. What hell? What is even going on here? Okay. Okay, yeah, looks like you've actually got some. Oh my God.
That's him.
It,
That's me.
it's an actual, I think I'm going to pass out. That is an actual early 15th century sword belt.
That's not me though. That's not me though. That's the other guy.
Oh, okay. Well, that's an actual, wait, where did it go? Where did it go? Yes, look at that. Look at that. That is an actual, except for the buckle. Girl, it's doing so well. It was doing so well.
Rachel in her sleep tonight. Buckles, coats.
It was doing so well. I was going to be so impressed. But at least the guy with the green dude, green guy, not him. He's wearing, God, he looks like he's wearing like a 13th century belt
That's
and a
me.
13th century sword. Right? Like that looks a lot more 13th century to me than 15th century. Am I? Yeah. No, the guy with the guy in green who had the pretty belt. Where's
That's
that?
me.
Let me see that. Yeah, let's go back. Okay, yeah, that looks nice. So look at that. Look at that beautiful harness. So nice. I think those are fleur-de-lis or something. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Bling for the win.
Bling bling. My pimping ain't easy gloves.
That is what it should look like. And your belt buckle, actually, so the plate on your buckle is actually good. The part that actually attaches onto the leather, that looks pretty good. But the buckle itself is sad. On both the sword belt and the belt. The buckle is sad indeed. But also your belt needs bling.
Bling bling.
And also, if you can afford a sword like that, you're not going to wear wool like that.
Really?
No, that's a really expensive piece of harness you've got around your hips. You're going to have you're going to have something made of silk, or you're going to have something made out of doe skin, and it's going to be full, and it's going to be super fitted like this in the body to the waist. It's going to have a nice pigeon chest. And that embroidery, it's not really, I couldn't document that kind of embroidery to this time and place. Here, is it? Yeah, most of the embroidery that they've got going on, I couldn't really document to this time and place. Honestly, the embroidery is kind of fantastical.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, you definitely shouldn't be wearing wool. And yeah.
We'll have to do an episode where you just dress my character. I should have the money for it, except for the fact that I'll have to spend it on my new home now.
Yeah, right. Takeda agrees with me. Really nice hanger for your longsword. Yeah, that's fantastic. I was impressed with that. That was, wow. Not expecting that after everything else that has assaulted mine eyes on this session.
Right. I just want to fly up and put my character to sleep for a small bit. Overplayed the guard. He's gone. Okay. And what else do I need to do? Oh yeah, guys, if you guys have any question, not just on 15th century, well, we're aiming for 15th century Bohemia right now, or even 15th century Ireland or Europe, definitely chuck it down below, because Rachel is pretty much doing her own bits and bobs, and I am showing Rachel this video game. So I'm going to put my character Henry to bed, and then finally we're actually going to go over to the blacksmith and criticize the blacksmith.
So Takeda makes a great point. He says the fittings on that longsword alone would be the rent on at least 4 good farms. Yeah. So yes, exactly. If you have that kind of longsword and those kinds of fittings, you've got different clothes, shall we say. Henry stole it. Oh my God.
This one's interesting. All right.
Oh my God.
She's been drinking though. She's interesting.
What's going on? What is she, like Indiana Jones or something? Why is her skirt like, what is happening with this dress? Who is she though?
1 second. Housewife. She's the housewife of this building.
The housewife of this building.
What is going on with that woman? Okay, I'm sleeping here tonight as well. So
are you now? Should you though? Because they all look like zombies. Again, this is scary. This place is.
We just merged through her. So
okay. Honestly, at this point, this looks like a found footage horror movie. Like the way you're moving around, the lighting, the way the people are creepily moving about, like
Hello,
you're in some
sir.
kind of cursed haunted castle or something.
Yeah, it does seem like it. 1 second. Close the door to make sure no one's coming in the middle of the night. Okay, I'm gonna go to sleep for a wee bit. Sleep,
Good
sleep.
comment. Good comment from Jimmy. It's amazing how far removed our modern perception of medieval fashion is from the reality. Yeah. Yeah. So Jimmy, just out of curiosity, if you were before being educated on the topic, if you were to casually think about medieval clothing or medieval fashion, what base characteristics would spring to mind? Just out of curiosity.
Oh, well, because of me, it would definitely have to be Braveheart. Braveheart, because that was the first. I was only 5 years of age when that
Yeah.
movie came out, and it just bombarded my senses. Obviously, at the time when I was 5 years of age, it made perfect sense to me. A bunch of fellas running around the field in a kilt, you know.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
yeah, and
Covered
then
in woad, dirty as could be,
yeah,
no shoes.
yeah, because
Yeah.
it's the olden time. That's how
Yeah,
everyone
the
did it in
olden
the olden
days.
times.
Yeah.
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 1 second. I have my light out. 1 second.
Takeda says the lady is about to go all Calamity Jane on someone. Yeah, that's what I thought too.
Put away.
That weird woman out in the alleyway shuffling about like the undead. Just creepy as hell.
I still
I
have my
tell you,
torch
I
up.
swear this place feels so like a haunted castle, like where the ghost
What?
hunters go in. And
Oh, is it too dark? I have my torch. How do I put away my torch
okay,
again?
what the frack is that picnic table doing there?
What,
Okay.
this one?
Yeah.
Inside the house?
Yeah.
Oh, I think
No.
it's just for all the food and stuff, no?
No. Okay, no.
I'm in a private zone,
No.
so I can't stay in here for too long, bro. Someone coming over
Oh
and
my
anything.
God.
But
These
I
tables.
look at it from here. How do I put my bloody torch away again? 1 second. You can look at the beautiful pic. What would be in the kitchen instead, though, for table? Like, no
Trestle
picnic table?
tables, not like that, not with those X's. That's just not medieval table. They have these three-legged trestles, right? And you actually
Mm.
put the board on top of it because they wanted things to be completely flexible. That's just those X's. Yeah, it just looks like a modern picnic table, doesn't it? An American park picnic table.
Yeah. What button is it, though?
Takeda says, I'll try not to get too triggered when you all go to the forge. Oh, Takeda.
Oh,
Oh,
this is gonna be
Takeda.
fun.
You already missed my opening sally about the way the smith is dressed.
What? Where is? How do you use torch? What is it? Circle or
Is it
no?
telling you have to put your torch out or something like that? Yeah, Jimmy, stereotypical Robin Hood or dirty peasant covered all in mud. Yeah, absolutely. And you wouldn't be alone. Like many people have that image of many modern people have that image of our medieval ancestors. Yep. It's not your fault. Honestly, it comes down to Hollywood. It's what it comes down to. So what happened is, back in the early days of Technicolor, they made all these movies set in the medieval period that were so bright and colorful that it seemed surreal. And then eventually a bunch of directors got the idea, well, the medieval people couldn't have, that's fantasy. We should make movies that make it look like the real Middle
Finally
Ages,
got it.
grim and dark and dirty. And so they went the complete opposite direction. So we went from Technicolor pinks and blues and yellows and greens to brown and gray with medieval blue filter over top.
That's terrible.
Right? Yeah. So.
Bum, 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 bum. 1 second.
And the sad reality is that, say, the clothing in the court jester with Danny Kaye is more accurate in terms of color and silhouette than 99% of the movies on the Middle Ages that have come out. And also the level of cleanliness.
But the streets would still be muddy like this, though.
Yeah, of course. No. I'm talking about the humans.
Yeah.
The streets. Yeah, no, the streets, this is accurate. Like, I will tell you that they've done a brilliant job on the setting. This really does give you an idea of a medieval village or a medieval town.
Yeah.
Right? For most places did not have paved streets. They had squares that were paved, but the streets themselves weren't usually. And so they would be muddy, depending on if it's been wet or dusty, if it's been dry. So and there would be animal feces all over the place, depending on the city. There may or may not have been any kind of coordinated cleanup method for that. But I will tell you that the gong farmer would absolutely go through and clean up the poo and sell it to farmers as fertilizer.
Yeah.
It wouldn't have just sat there forever. It's not like, and that's why medieval cities didn't become beds for cholera, because the poo was there, but not for long. Like,
Ah.
yeah. So for those who don't know, a gong farmer is the medieval English term for someone, literally a man who would go through and collect poo of all kinds, including clean out your septic tanks, and sell that to farmers for fertilizer. Hence the term night soil, by the way.
Right, finally starting the old DLC up. We'll see what happens anyway.
Here we go. Into the forge.
Henry's got no money to start with. Well, I think I've got a bit of money.
Now, why are these buildings so dilapidated? Do we know?
Okay, so it's about to reveal the story once it decides it wants to load, if it decides to load.
Because it's just, things didn't get dilapidated in the Middle Ages unless there was like plague, because no one would abandon a building for that long. If people were not there for a year, then other people came and squatted in it and kept it up. So it's just dilapidation is not really a common thing unless you have a big population drop.
No, I think the story is that this is where Henry's father used to work, if it wants to load.
Got it.
1 second. It's not loading for some reason. I don't know why.
Okay. Question. How do you think modern audience would react to 100% accurate medieval wardrobe in a modern Hollywood film? As much as us nerds would love to see it, I wonder if the majority would like it. Actually, you know what? I think they would love it. I really do think they would, because it would be colorful. It would be stunning. The women would be beautiful. The men, and we women, let me tell you, a lot of us women would love to see all men dress in something other than fucking jeans and a t-shirt, right? We are tired of men in baggy, shapeless, colorless nothing. So the women folk would love it. I'm pretty certain that a large percentage of, shall we say, the fashion forward male population would love it. I actually think they would love it. I think we underestimate our modern audiences, honestly. Yeah, there would be some toxic masculinity assholes going, "Oh, they're so gay," or whatever, to the men, until they see a man who's dressed in a gay fashion pull out a sword and chop off someone else's head. And then maybe they'll drop their preconceptions about what masculinity is. I honestly, Jimmy, I think it's a fair question, but I feel like I think modern audiences would actually like it.
Yeah, I definitely do agree with that one. Like, I'm bumping into a lot of that lately, where I've got people. I don't know if it's bots though. I do think a lot of the weird stuff that's going on aggressively is bots trying to bully people into becoming either, politically divided. Because I was even watching a documentary done by businesses that study the likes of, what BlackRock is up to right now, what Bank of America is up to right now. And a lot of those sites are being bombarded by 46% of bots who are trying to put people into a red or blue side. And it's not even just those sort of bots. You've got like Russian bots, and you've got other forms of bots that are trying to put people into an agenda by bullying them online. They're literally robots that try to bully. And I did notice that even this chat today, I blocked 1 or 2 people that just talked very strange. They weren't talking normal like
humans.
So I without hesitation blocked them, and you can normally tell right now, but some of them are getting very, very crafty by the way they're talking and stuff.
But some of those bots are pretty sophisticated, especially the way they manage to interact with what you're actually responding. So question: have you seen Cid with Charlton Heston and Sophia Loren? I have not, but as Spanish is one of my scholarly languages, and the history of the Spanish language and all that, I have read Cid several times, and I don't know if I could take it. I don't know if I could take it, because I actually read the original song, El Canto del Mio Cid. Right? I don't know if I could take it.
1 second. Hop over these people. Right, I fixed that one. It still was installing a lot of stuff in the background, and that's why it kind of booked out there.
Let me see. Takeda says, I am a terrible stereotype modernly, formless jeans, t-shirt, hoodie. But if I'm wearing historic clothing, I get very fashion forward. Well, at least I try. Yeah, Takeda, that's awesome. At least half of your time you're dressed like a proper human in nice clothing. I get it. Like, it's hard to fight. It's hard to fight it. It's hard to fight the trend, in modern clothing for men, because you have to go out of your way to try to find things that aren't shapeless and colorless as a man. It's easy for women. We have way more options. Way more options. In fact, you have to sometimes work hard as a woman to find clothes that aren't, fancy and beautiful or fitted and colorful and that sort of thing, right? Okay.
Yeah, it has become a very manly thing these days to be as dark as possible, isn't it?
Yeah,
it's very strange like that.
Dark, God forbid you wear a light pink tie with your gray suit. Like, oh my God, look at all that color.
But wasn't it pink that was a manly color back in the day?
Yeah. Originally, pink was the color gendered for men. And it was Selfridges that changed that. Did you know that? Selfridges in England?
I did not.
They are what have made in the West pink and blue, and now by extension in other parts of the world, pink and blue. They purposely associated with boys, with male and female babies, when they were trying to sell maternity, new baby things to their audiences at the end of the 19th century. Their consumers, right? They decided, and they were right, that they could actually sell more by making blue things for boys and pink things for girls. Because guess what? You can't pass down pink things for boys anymore, because that's not appropriate. You therefore have to buy new things. It was a very clever ploy.
Yeah. It's little Henry as a boy, and his daddy.
Oh, look.
This is before Rachel starts tearing apart their
Why
clothes.
is he still so... What is going on with his face? It didn't get better in daylight. What happened to him?
I love how Henry is wearing the same clothes as a child as he is as an adult, like.
Ah, there it is, that bougie hipster apron.
You love that.
Those super square shoulders. Ah, amazing. So the other problem with those super square shoulders, look at how as an inset, it's got an arm's eye, right? It's got an inset around arm's eye. And that's not appropriate for that style of tunic at all. That should be geometric construction, not an inset arm's eye. There's no reason for it to have an arm's eye. It's got no fit.
Yeah.
And also that inset arm's eye, he wouldn't be able to lift his arm because of the kind it is. Like as a blacksmith, his arms would have to be here with that style of arm's eye. Yeah.
Her outfit is wild.
What is going on?
Is that a 10th century belt?
It looks like a bow. Is she a present? Has she been... What is going on with this woman? And why is she wearing a random brooch over her breast like that?
That looks like a 10th century cross belt in Ireland.
It does. No, it really does. It doesn't... The whole outfit is, frankly, a little not 15th century.
Yeah.
Like it's all shaped. Like, is she a nun? Is that
She's a time traveler. Hello, Mrs. Time Traveler.
I don't know what's going on with her. She definitely looks more generic, what I would call generic first millennium.
No.
But by this, they gave her this shapeless sack of dress. They still gave her a round arm's eye. Why? Why? She can't move. She can't actually lift her arm very much.
Well, that's why she's all ripped.
Here. But also, why is his face all bloody?
Well, why is my character's face all bloody?
Yeah.
I didn't clean it last night. Just running around doing mad stuff.
Oh, then maybe it was the early 20th century, Susan. I know it was it's in the, I think you're right. I think it's the Edwardian era when Selfridge started that whole blue and pink thing. Why is the player character face so dirty, Takeda? We've been asking ourselves that for at least an hour now.
No, Rachel's been asking me why my face is manky. Philip, what were you doing last night? What were you doing the night before? And I'm just like, well, I wasn't rolling around half naked with bandits, I swear.
Out of the blue, he started coughing, got weak, then lay down, and never got up again.
So let's talk about table settings. Those cups are actually pretty good. A wooden bowl for someone of her class, that's all good. Again, they've gone for the picnic table style trestle table. I'm just not even going to fight that anymore.
You're chilling out with picnic tables, and that's that.
I just, yeah. Why is the Yeah. You know, I don't. So she can afford what looks like a gilt pendant brooch.
I can wash
But-
my face. I just
But
haven't yet.
but I mean, she's got like this weird combination of things. She's got this what is shining like gold brooch
That's
on
what I
her
was
chest,
thinking. Yeah.
and then she's got this dirty, weirdly shapeless, haphazardly draped veil thing going on that
Mm.
honestly isn't very practical. It's not going to stay on her head draped like that.
Mm.
Especially with the one side like off to the side like that. It's just going to fall off. Yeah, the shapeless, completely shapeless dress that I don't. Yeah. Yeah. It's just it doesn't line up with that gold, that piece of bling on her chest.
Like your pa? Christ, of course you are. I should have known.
The oil lamps are actually pretty. They definitely used oil lamps in this era. I haven't seen an oil lamp like that specifically from this era. That big. But you know they did have them. They were made from ceramic, but they cast a lot more light than that. I can tell that these people have not worked with oil lamps. If you all want to see how a 15th century how bright a 15th century oil lamp is, go to the Creative Contessa on YouTube or on Facebook and check out all the oil lamp footage I've uploaded over the last 6 weeks.
But in fairness, it is during the day with the natural light coming in. So would it be still that bright?
Yeah, I mean, it would still, because it doesn't, I don't know about you, it doesn't seem like there's very much natural light coming into this space. This is the darkest window lit space I've ever seen in my life. Again, I feel like it's the zombie apocalypse.
Once I get a hop over this dog. Whoop.
Oh, it's one of the poop producers.
1 second. How far away is this? 1 second. Oh, okay. And what do I need to do when I get there? Talk to this guy. I have no chat. Because Henry wants to open up a blacksmith business.
Okay,
so we
but
can make
again,
money.
so why is this also dilapidated? So not just like this forge, but like everything feels like it's been abandoned, and yet it also doesn't look like it's been abandoned.
Well, there was just a siege because it was our friend from Hungary, the King of Hungary, who's also declaring himself Emperor of the Holy Roman Empire, who recently sieged the place and went off again. What was his face again? Our favorite King of Hungary.
Oh, Sigismund? Sigismund,
That's
right?
the one. Yeah. I was thinking it was Sigismund, but I was like, maybe it's not Sigismund. But yeah, it's Sigismund, Emperor. Well, is he king or emperor? Because he did declare he was emperor, but the other.
Well, he did declare himself Holy Roman Emperor, so whatever that means.
Yeah. Because normally it's in a funny spot, but it definitely is in a funny spot with the King of Hungary declaring himself Emperor of the Holy Roman Empire, when most of Germany and Austria don't recognize it, isn't it?
Right. Yeah. It's yeah. Like I said, for whatever that means.
Yeah, exactly. Like, because
That
sometimes
Cervelle looked like a white motorcycle helmet from the 1960s. Yeah. This is the Nobby, everyone. Say hi.
Hello.
This is my Nobby baby. Yeah. She bothered me in my sleep again. She was chewing on my toes while I slept, so I'm bothering her while she's sleeping.
Oh, is that the game now? You wake me up, I wake you up.
That's right.
This
Except
guy.
What is going? So wait, okay. So there's a brigandine back there. There's a brigandine cuirass back there, which actually looks pretty decent. Although brigandine cuirass shaped like that from this era, I'm not as familiar with the. Is he in an armory? Did he somehow end up in an armory?
Yeah, I've gone over to talk to this lad because I want to set up the a blacksmith shop.
How can I convince?
So wait, is he?
But maybe you'll make a good impression. First, you'll be required to meet 3 conditions.
What 3 conditions?
Ah, yes, of course.
Second, you'll have to have blacksmithing experience.
Well, I'm already started the blacksmithing experience.
You will have to complete the guilds trial.
Oh, the old guilds trial.
What sort of family do you come from? And what's your work experience?
My father was a blacksmith, Martin. I worked at my father's forge. I have a good bit of experience.
As far as experience, I worked for Master Radovan at Tackle. I'm sure if you happen to confirm it. Tackle? Tackle? I don't even know where that is, to tell you the truth.
What?
Finest forge in the Trotsky region. Lord von Berghoff himself.
How could you not know where that is? That's very strange.
The Royal Chamberlain.
The Royal Chamberlain? Well, I've never been outside of this city, you see. I'm a sad bastard like that.
No need. I'll trust him.
There was a guy from Cork I once knew, and he spent his entire life as the Echo boy, you know, the boy that would go Echo, Echo to try to sell newspapers. And he spent his whole life doing that, and he never left inside of the small little Cork city. Like, he never left that area. He would literally go do his job and then go to bed. Like, what? And obviously go drinking and stuff.
I mean, obviously.
Yeah.
Cork, for God's sake.
But yeah, he was called the Echo Man, and he spent his whole life as an Echo boy. Like, and it's just like, I don't know how to make of that. They made a documentary. They gave him money and paid him to take the train to Limerick.
Wow.
Documentary, and
that was a big journey for him, huh? The train to Limerick. Wow.
It was literally for him. That was a huge adventure. The documentary highlighted that. Like, that was a big deal for him. Like,
Think about what you're saying.
So I will say that on the positive side, a lot of these gentlemen are wearing badges on their hats. So that is a very authentic practice. The badge is the what you might call a brooch, right? But it's medievally they were known as badges, and so they're blinging. They are blinging up their headwear, so that's good. What's going on? What? Okay, candles. Column candles just sitting on a tray burning. That's a big ass no. No. This isn't you know, boys to men music video, guys. No. They would either be on candlesticks or in a candelabra. They would not just be sitting on the table like that, ready to turn into a giant flaming torch of beeswax. So no.
Blacksmith going on fire.
Just no. So let's see what else is going on this table. So this is supposed to be the armory, right?
Yeah, where you can buy your what was it called? Armor. Yeah.
Oh, is it an armor shop?
Yeah,
wait, it's an armor shop.
So this is a shop. Yeah.
Okay, it's a shop. Okay. I guess
it's kind of a messy shop as well.
It is a messy shop, isn't it?
Yeah, everything seems to be all over the place in his shop.
Yeah, a little. Yeah, just no on those candles. That's a big fat no. But there's a candelabra. Could you look up at the candelabra? I bet I'm going to be amused by this candelabra.
Yeah.
The chandelier thing.
There's a lot of stuff going on here.
Yeah.
Where do you want me to go first? The top or bottom?
It's interesting.
Yeah.
Well, I've seen worse, I guess. I've seen worse things in my life. But those candle holders, like I've zero evidence of like those weird metal iron frames that are holding it. I've never seen that on a medieval chandelier from any era in the Middle Ages, let alone the 15th century. Yeah, this is definitely not the most 15th century chandelier I've ever seen. This definitely looks more like a neo-Gothic chandelier from the Victorian era. Yeah, this really screams neo-Gothic Victorian chandelier.
Yeah.
Really. Yeah. Not an authentic chandelier. Is that an armet? Yeah. Oh, you're talking about the helm? Yeah. I cannot see the brig or the armor behind the guild rep clearly enough to chime in. Yeah, that's why I couldn't either. So I couldn't tell if it was the armet. That would be a helm. The armet is like a fitted helm that closes around your face, and it's kind of smallish instead of biggish. Heater shields. Wait, are there heater shields? Wait, did we pass by heater shields? I didn't even see the heater shields. I was so focused on some of the other crap that I didn't even look for heater shields. Yeah, if there are heater shields, guys, heater shields. not really in this era. I mean, yeah.
Yeah. In
Old
fairness,
stock
they are
that
at the
hasn't
top
sold.
though when you walk in. Yeah. Because in fairness, they are at the top. They're not completely in your face.
Right.
Although I do see a lot of heater shields still being used in this game. Heater shields completely
Yeah.
dead. I still see them in Ireland and stuff. Maybe the Irish are just strange.
Well, I mean, I think that goes without saying. I think we can all agree. Wait, your
Oh, thank
browser
you.
encountered an error? What?
Oh, let me have a gawk. Bum. Click to reload.
Oh, they were up at the ceiling when you look. Right. I was like, yeah, I was busy being horrified or amused by the chandelier, the neo-Gothic chandelier that someone imported from their descendants,
Beautiful.
Victorian Great Hall.
Let me press the up button and see what the story is. Bum. It says talk to him again, though. 1 second.
Oh, I missed a question. I'm sorry. Have you been able to check out the Kuman fashion yet? Oh my God, the Kumans. Oh,
Humans.
oh God. Ah, the Kumans who here in the early 15th century somehow still look like they did in the 13th century. Yeah, that's fantastic. We haven't gotten there yet this round.
About the guild trial, yes?
Yes.
Not only do I come from a respectable family, but a blacksmith family too.
Tatars, as they were
Probably you might
called.
have. Oh,
Ireland is the land of golf courses. It is where I'm actually from. Just west of where I'm from, up around the Kerry area. There, even in my town in Mallow, a lot of golf courses. So many golf courses. Rachel's not going to be happy about this, but if you just travel kind of northwest of where I'm from, I'll show you tomorrow when we're doing the clan stuff. What is a clan? That's where Donald Trump mostly does all of his golfing. It's just up where I'm from.
Sucks to
And,
be you, my friend. Sucks to be you.
The
Your
village up
family.
there, up in Clare, worship Trump because when he's up there, he spends a fortune on the locals there. Like, so they absolutely worship up there.
He spends my fucking tax dollars on that.
Yeah.
So, fuck him.
Anytime people are on the radio giving out about Trump, the people in Clare in that village and stuff, they come on the radio and give out to them.
You know what's funny is because the Scottish hate him, right? Like where Scottish golf courses, they hate him. So that's just interesting.
They do.
So question, did they play golf in the 15th century? So golf is kind of golf as you understand it, no. Not with, 18 holes, beautifully manicured, gently tapping the ball along, no. But golf is an ancient game in Scotland. It's as far as I understand it, it evolved from shepherds looking for something to do while they were out there, minding the sheep. So, it dates back a very long time, but it used to be literally taking a stick and hitting a rock. So, yeah, it's an old game, but the way we understand it, I think that probably evolved in the 19th century, honestly.
I'll take you to the guild forge, where the trial will take place.
Yeah, actually, I agree with Takeda. It could be much worse. Granted, a lot of games do not a lot of games do armor, right? So this seems better than 90%. I agree, Takeda. I'm not super angry about the armor, honestly. The clothes are way worse.
Oh God.
The clothes are way worse.
Rachel writing letters after this, sending the entire, literally loading the whole video and sending it off to them.
It's just frustrating. It's like none of these people look like bohemians. They all look like modern people wearing, like cosplay, right? They've all got a modern silhouette. All of them have a modern silhouette. Even the women, like everyone. And for those who don't understand what a silhouette is, it's like literally if you took away the color and the features and just had the shape. What is the shape of the human body in any given era? That's the silhouette. And what is the shape of the clothed human body in any given era? That's the silhouette. And so the silhouettes change from century to century and sometimes from decade to decade. And the 15th century or the 1403 silhouette is very foreign to modern Western people because it gives men a pigeon chest, a narrow waist, a wasp waist, actually, and fitted garments that are fitted in through the hips. And that's not, to a lot of modern Western men, That's not manly. So here they are all trying to look nice and manly in their coats instead of their dresses. So it's disappointing. None of these people look bohemian.
Yes.
Very good son. I'm afraid not.
Oh, I'm getting these questions wrong.
Sparks fly when you're hammering. It's a good sign. Take your pick. Whereas if you're heating parties, it's a fact. You don't seem very prepared to me. That's too
That red and white stripe marquee, that's a hard no.
Oh, right, no?
Yeah, that's a hard no. Never seen anything like that in any depiction from anywhere in 15th century Europe.
I love how he's talking shit about me, but you're talking shit about him.
quite a unique collection. And the best part is, I'm happy to share it with others. Not for any
So actually, if there's anything on which I'm going to comment about the color in the town, it's that not enough of the buildings are painted. Now, because in this era, buildings are painted and they're painted brightly. So you're not going to have it's not going to be a lot of just white. There's going to be like designs, really beautiful scrolling kind of acanthus leaves designs, or full out frescoes, full out murals. It's going to be much more colorful than this.
Yeah. Going in to do my old exam for the guild. Gonna fail because I don't know what I'm doing. And this old fella's going to keep talking shit to me, and Rachel's going to keep talking shit about his clothes.
I mean, yeah, it's, again, we've got this kind of outdated hooded cowl thing that people aren't wearing anymore.
You're just not going to hesitate now that he's talking shit.
He's a box. Like, as far as I can tell, he is a box. He has no figure to speak of. He's just got giant swollen shoulders. From playing rugby. Jim.
So, this is old Friskies lad.
Friskies lad.
But I do not see much of a resemblance. Vielleicht ein wenig. I do not see it. Aye, Frisky here, Frisky there. All that talk about not taking in outsiders, and now you've gone and flipped it all around. Martin was a good bloke and an excellent citizen. If Henry here is anything like him, he'd be a welcome addition.
Oh my God.
Henry just rocking up manky as usual. So, I love how what's that?
You know what's hysterical is we're in Bohemia. These people should be speaking Czech or Latin or German, right? Okay, but just let me finish. So, but they have them speaking English, but of course they're going to give them a British accent.
Yeah.
Whereas they're not supposed to be speaking English anyway. So why does it have to be a British accent?
Because that's our understanding of.
And it's a modern British accent. Medieval English sounds nothing like this. Nothing.
But I think you can set the game to Czech, so it's not too bad. It's just the common people prefer it in English. And
no. I get that, but my point is that having people speak in a British accent, a modern British accent, isn't any more historically accurate than having them speak in an American accent.
Yeah, because they do it in Witcher as well, where people have this idea of what am I saying? There.
I'm afraid that's the wrong answer. The correct father is straw yellow. You failed on the first question. You'll have to really put in an effort to...
I wasn't even paying attention to the question.
We will pay equal so that you can your lack of knowledge. Your task will be to forge a guild sword right in front of our eyes.
Oh, Jesus Christ. I don't even know what's going on here.
I'm sure you know what to do with them. Here, look. Let's see what you can do, young Frisky. Let's see, then.
Right, how do I mess this up for these guys? Oh my God, out in the daytime as well. There's no great forging. What's that?
You're still wearing your falconing gauntlets. Like, where's your falcon, sir?
My name is Philip. I do mental stuff. Is it this one? Blacksmith Guild longsword I'm meant to be making? I assume so. I'm going to make this anyway. I don't give a shit.
Takeda says the folk here is so poor, even the guild rep cannot afford a decent belt buckle. How are they going to afford to keep up with the painting the buildings? Good point, Takeda. Oh, wait. Okay. Wait, maybe they should stop spending so much on brocades for commoners. The local magnate needs to impose some sumptuary enforcement. Yeah, you're not wrong, Takeda. This is a mess.
Okay, I think that's about it. Hopefully I don't break this.
Okay, Takeda, your moment has come.
I'm bluffing, by the way. I don't know what I'm doing. And back over to Forge, because it looks like it's getting a little bit dark. Hopefully I don't end up breaking this. Let's heat it up a wee bit more. Sorry, you've melted it. Oh. Right. This is why I break everything. Who's whistling?
Takeda says you need to get it hot again. He's my metallurgist, so you should pay heed. I know, the whistling is alarming, right?
Goes to show how much of a psychopath Henry is.
Oh my god.
Go for the Forge. Bum bum bum. He's fucking it up. All right, cheers, buddy. Calm down. I love how Henry's giving out about food. Jeez, I'm getting a bit grumpy there because I don't have enough food. I think that's a warning to the other fellas to calm down.
Right. Don't you won't like him when he's hangry.
Aye. Right.
Oh my god.
Oh, wait, what do I have done? Whew, Jesus Christ, that was a lot of work.
Yeah, your experience was just like a real blacksmith's.
Oh, hi. A bunch of lads telling me I keep fucking up while Henry's like, I'm getting hungry now. That's literally become Henry's little warning. Talk shit.
My god.
But he's all looking at me.
Oh my god.
Quality's grand.
The quality's grand.
Yeah, it's grand.
Oh my god. Just wearing your falconer's gloves with a giant gold ring on your thumb. You are forging a metal while a sword, no less, while you're wearing a giant gold ring on your thumb. And your expensive red dyed falconer's glove.
What? They want me to go again?
I mean, look at you. I mean, what are you wearing to do this? You're wearing a freaking silk brocade towel. You still got your nose pinch spectacles on. I'm
having an apple anyway. What's food? Apple. Gonna have me an apple. Do you want me to do it again? I'm like, how good do you want me to blast it doing it? I also food poisoned myself. I had something rotten.
Oh, right. I remember. Jesus.
Why couldn't they just pick up a grand one? I've put myself really in the spot now, like. This is a scam. This feels like a proper scam. It's not good, not fair. Go do it again.
They just want you to keep making swords for them.
And keep fucking, because they're charging me to do this test, alleged test. To the anvil.
Takeda says he's impressed. Philip, you forged, polished, fitted, hilted, and pummeled the sword in the time it takes him to light the forge.
Yeah, exactly. Like, and they boys won't even pass me. Like, what's going on here?
Oh my god. Too good. Too good.
Bum, 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 bum.
The whistling is so disturbing.
It's the way Henry's doing it as well.
It's like, boy, the developers really wanted to disturb their viewers. Like, we're gonna make this creepy horror movie whistling that happens when you're forging.
I wouldn't mind. He's done this sometimes after a full murder. Like, what did I just do?
God.
Oh, did I fail?
Oh my god.
I broke it.
You can take that shoddy thing with you. You want to try again, or? Hey,
Too funny.
Let's try again.
give it another shot. Very well. Pay off, and you can get back to it. Here it is.
But the first one was perfectly grand. I can't see what the big deal is. Right.
Oh my gosh.
Bum, bum, bum. Bum 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 bum. Come on, warm her up a wee bit.
I mean, wearing those not secured nose perching spectacles while forging over a
Philip, what the hell are you doing?
crazy.
While whistling creepily.
While whistling creepily, wearing your falconer's gauntlets with your giant gold thumb ring.
I'm wondering why I can't do anything with my life.
Yeah, maybe you should try taking the gauntlets off, Philip. Just saying.
No, the pimp gloves stay on.
Oh my god. Do not let it get below an orange heat when hammering, Takeda says.
Orange sheet.
Yeah, so
Okay.
if it gets below orange, go heat it up again.
Okay. Might as well shove it back in. 1 second. The top of it seems to get cold very quick. Bum, bum, bum.
Well, based on the amount of wool that everyone's wearing, it must not be warm.
Oh, stop. It must be boiling. Yeah, there we go. Bum, 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 bum.
The whistling! That whistling is going to haunt my nightmares. It really is.
Between that and the coat.
Frog, welcome to the live stream. Thank you for joining us.
You wrote watch me do more mad stuff. More mad stuff. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum, bum. Right, let's see how I messed this one up.
Oh my god.
If this one is as grand as the last one, I don't know what the big deal is. The boys should be impressed by how amazing I am. Did all this with spectacles hanging off my nose.
Right,
And,
yeah, exactly.
see, this one's grand as well. The boys are going to be like,
Try this again. Go on.
no, that's not good enough. What do you mean? What do they want? Fucking 10 out of 10? Like, feck off.
So this is what everyone wanted as an add-on to this game. To fucking make swords all day that no one finds acceptable.
I know, right? We'll ask for another way.
It's like it's the opposite of what people want from their games. Their games, they want to be reaffirmed and being, not a useless human. This one just makes you feel like a piece of garbage.
But you're dressed like shite. Do you know that? You're dressed like shite. They won't be judging me, huh?
Take that. Did he say take that piece and throw it away?
A piece of shite and throw it away.
Wow.
Very
No,
good.
try reforging it. Jesus. Throw it away? You don't throw anything away. You certainly don't throw metal away in the Middle Ages. Dear God.
Oh, throw yourself into a bin, will ya? Oh, thanks, buddy. Some amazing advice coming off the lads.
Jesus, man. So, Takeda, what do you think of the forge in general? What do you think of, the forge, the equipment that's around the forge? These men are wearing awfully nice clothes to be in a forge because there's going to be smuts of smut. Wow. Soot. There's going to be soot. There's going to be dirt. There's going to be grease. Like, none of them should be wearing these clothes in this forge.
She's
None of
dressed
them.
strange. Hello. Photo mode. What's with the badge? Hello, badge.
There you go. Pay the bribe to get into the guild.
That was always my plan. Just bribe everyone. She's
I
funny.
gotta
all right.
listen to the page and the
Who
sparks.
is she? Oh, noblewoman. Oh, Roger that. That's not too bad.
So, oh my God, why are her breasts so big? Okay, so
She's a
wait,
noblewoman.
let's look. Can we go back to the noblewoman? Because I don't. Why is she wearing a paternoster
I'm
pinned
just
to her
waiting for it to
breast?
go into the sun.
There
There we go.
I mean, oh my God. So first off, let's talk about the silhouette. Big breasts are not attractive in this era. Women with big breasts are considered unattractive. And we know that because women actually had breast reductions in this era if their breasts were oversized. And the dresses were actually designed to squeeze the breasts in and minimize them if they were big. So this whole, I've got, double J, double J with a 32-inch band. Also, they should be, again, shelf look. Not individual breasts like they're from a modern bra. She's not wearing a smock as far as I can tell. She's only wearing a coat and not a coat RD, so she's not wearing a layer. She should be wearing a layer over top of this. And I don't even know why she has a brooch pinned to her chest. Like, that's not a thing.
What I was wondering.
There are no brooch. I don't have any evidence of women pinning brooches to their chest in this era. But also, she's got a paternoster pinned to her breast. Do any of you know what a paternoster is?
No.
Philip, do you know what a paternoster is?
No.
You're such a failed Catholic. That's your paternoster to say the Our Father, right? The decades. That's prayer beads. That's rosaries. That's
right. That's what that is.
A miniature version of a rosary, and they've got it pinned to her breast. What the what? But she has a pouch hanger. Look at that. On her belt, she actually has a pouch hanger. And that is actually the exact kind of pouch hanger that they have found in archaeological evidence from this era. And her belt is blinged. The buckle is garbage, though. That is a garbage buckle. The buttons going all the way down the front of the dress like that. But those giant breasts are just absolutely not a 15th century aesthetic, not a 14th century aesthetic. And they need to be actually shelved. And if she's a stylish woman, which she, as I'm assuming, is supposed to be based on everything, should be off the shoulder. And she should be wearing a coat. D should be another dress over top of this one. So this is like she's just out in her underwear, basically. Is what's happening. Yeah, she's just in her underlayers. She needs to be wearing another layer over top of that. And I don't even know what the hell's going on with her hair. Rough ponytail? Like, did she also just get rolled by bandits? Like, no woman in this era wears a ponytail. No woman in this era wears a ponytail. I will repeat. Ponytail, no. Also, her hair is crazy short. Like, it makes me wonder if she suffered from something and had to have her head shaved or lice or something.
As a noble woman, I don't think so.
No, there's nothing noble about her. She literally looks like a peasant, a beggar woman who beat up a noble woman and took her dress and her belt and ran. Yeah, that's what it looks like.
Yeah, that's probably the story there.
This is complete fail. So many levels is this a fail. Yeah.
This townswoman looks better though. That's a basic townswoman. Oh, that's our friend from earlier.
It's not a Czech Republic thing. So I'm talking for Bohemia, right? So this is this This is definitely not bohemian fashion. Definitely not. She looks nothing like a fashionable woman from Bohemian. Wait, she's supposed to be a noble woman?
Mm.
No, she should have an attendant with her. She should
Mm.
have a damsel with her. She would not just be out and about on her own like that.
Yeah.
She would always have an attendant with her.
Oh, you're very interesting. Bum, 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 bum. Come on. There we go. Photo mode. Let me have a gawk at this. Oh, that's interesting.
What is going on?
It's always a good sign when Rachel says that. It means you're doing wonderful. You're doing amazing.
Unfortunately, I need us. If you could just hold on there so I can actually see it on the big screen, so I can get a good look at it. Because the lag is getting worse and worse. It looks like.
Well, I want my own I want my own gawk as well. Like,
yeah,
it's definitely interesting.
Is there? I don't know if there's lacing in the front or something, but
let me have a gawk. It seems
she needs to have another dress over top of this one. This is not an overgarment, really. This is the interim layer. Pouch is accurate. At least her belt is blinged. That pouch is not a pouch I've ever seen women wearing. That's a man's pouch. It's a man's pouch. Women wear the big ass, her butt pouch. That's a man's kidney pouch. It should be on a man. Women are always never depicted. I have no records of women owning or wearing pouches like that. The ammonia that she has in the front, that's a woman's pouch. But they didn't carry purses, right? They didn't need. This is not an era where you needed to carry a million things with you just in case when you were out and about, because you didn't go that far from home. So. But the belt is blingy. I like that. The buckle is not as bad, actually. Takeda will agree with me. She actually has a strap end on her belt, and the buckle itself actually looks pretty decent. That's kind of shocking. Yeah. That particular style of studding is actually not very 15th century. That's earlier, more like 13th century. But at least there's bling on it. That's what I've got to say. But that's a man's pouch, not a woman's pouch. It's a nice man's pouch, actually. And that is based on historic examples. That leather tooling is good. Like that's probably the best pouch we've seen so far, but not a woman's pouch. Yep. And she needs to be wearing something over top of that.
Oh yeah, that was another one I'm finding interesting, is the end bit of the dress as well, the green.
Yeah, that border on the bottom. Not for that layer. The layer that goes over top of that would have that. Called a garde, or a gîte in French, actually, in this era. It's called something else in 15th century English, and I can't remember the word offhand. But so that she needs to have another dress on over top of that. That's kind of like her underwear. The silhouette's wrong again. Why does she have these huge ass breasts? Oh, was that the comment about it's for the Czech guys? Yeah, maybe. Yeah, so in this era, big breasts are not attractive. They're considered past. They're gauche, very gauche, crude, barbarian, rude peasant women have big breasts. Like, it's a sign of moral failing if you just have big breasts, which is why in this era women were getting breast reductions. Yes, you heard me right. Breast reductions in the 14th and 15th century. I want you to think about that for a moment. And then get back to me.
In fairness, Johnny, what was it called? The game directors aren't historians or living historians or anything. They're just regular game developers who have kind of chucked into the world. They wanted to make a game on the Hussite Wars, so it's only the last few years that have been educating themselves in the world. And that you can see some of these mistakes, actually, believe it or not, actually come from other living historians. So what happens is, for example, you'd have a living historian who'd have a belt like that, and the game developers would be like, oh, that looks really good. And they'll grab that and they'll put it into the game because they don't know how to research it properly. They saw it at an actual event. And then when it's in the game, people like Rachel will be like, whoa, what the hell is that doing in the game? And that's why this is actually really, really handy for the game developers, because the game developers then come across our videos and stuff and go, wait, actually, that's inaccurate. And then they make those fixes and stuff. no, I understand completely where the game developers and stuff are coming from. And I do hope they are watching our game, and we're not attacking that. We're just making these corrections for the next game that's coming out, which is set up in with the war to do with the, what was it? The Polish-Lithuanian and Teutonic War. I can't remember the name of that
Right,
battle,
yeah,
but they want to
yeah.
do that project next. So it'd be great to get these fixes done, like.
Yep, agreed. And let's be honest, everyone, the algorithm doesn't want a calm, well-balanced review. The algorithm wants some sensationalism. Happily, I don't have to sensationalize my response.
Just tearing everything apart. Anyway, we leave before we go any more mad. Right, where am I off to? Oh yeah, I'm off to here next. I have to have a bath and wash myself, but you know, maybe that's why I failed as well. Half manky with mad gloves.
This ruffian's still covered in blood. We don't want him in our guild.
Oh, I give my face a wash anyway. I can go to the bath.
So I will say, those carts. Yeah, go ahead and wash your face, and then we can look at the carts. Those carts, the wagons with the covers, those are actually pretty authentic and correct for the kinds of wagons they had in this era. That style of curved covering, yeah, that's actually, honestly, a lot of the fittings, a lot of the sort of ancillary side things, the dress setting in this is actually pretty good. I mean, like they've got like this part of the square being paved, that's pretty accurate. Like I said, the squares were usually paved, just not like the roads leading up to them necessarily. You know, the everything's just a little too shoddy. Shoddy's not the word I'm looking for. Slightly dilapidated, right? Like they didn't let their towns get this dilapidated except in cases of war.
Well, it is in the middle of a siege. They just had a siege, like.
Oh, did they? Well,
yeah,
but I mean, it'd have to be years of siege for things to fall down this much, I guess.
Yeah.
Nice.
Because if you go to I think it's the southeast part of the town, there's damage from the siege.
I mean, so there's a difference in the way that siege damage looks and just dilapidation. Like they don't have the same. They don't have the same aesthetic.
Yeah.
But yeah, in general, this is pretty. Yeah, it's a pretty. You know, the dress setting is good. It's just the people who don't look like medieval people. They look like medieval market people. Ha.
That's probably where they got the fashion sense from.
Right? These all look like medieval market people.
Yeah. Because they did get it from the living history groups and stuff. And it was, yeah.
I see, honestly, I really do see a lot of things that in Europe, you know, you see people just kind of wearing at medieval markets, and it's what I call medieval market chic, right? Yeah. It's not really identified with any particular place or even really specific period. It's just like in America, we have Ren Fair clothes that are not historically accurate to any particular period of Renaissance, but it's like the style that people at Ren Fairs have started wearing frequently. So, and this is not a criticism. It's just that we shouldn't confuse what's historically accurate and what we're wearing because we like it and it's fun.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong. I would like to emphasize, there's nothing wrong with wearing what you like and what's fun when you're at a medieval market or a Ren Fair. No criticism from me. Just please don't try to pretend that it's what it's not and then spread misinformation to other people about what it's not, right?
Yeah.
You know, so if you're going to a reenactment as a participant in a reenactment, your kit should be as authentic as it can for the date of that reenactment. That's not the same thing as going to a medieval market at all.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Do I have to jump inside here? Right. Okay, we'll chat with him too. Okay, can we sort something out with the trial? I'd like to return to the trial, talk about the guild.
Can we sort something?
Man, Henry spends a lot of time reading stuff because he's always wearing his reading spectacles.
Yeah, you could say so.
This son of a blacksmith needs reading spectacles. That totally tracks.
This game is beautiful. Yeah, the graphics are absolutely amazing.
Yeah, I will say the setting is beautiful. Like I'm impressed with the town, the trappings. It's just the people who fall really short, unfortunately. Just even in terms of the base silhouette, and not even getting into the nitty gritty.
You sure it's all right? It's not the most common occurrence, but don't worry.
Oh, Johnny says, fun fact, there are 3 houses in the game that are taken right out of the real location. Yeah, that's pretty cool. That's pretty
I thought
cool.
the
Yeah.
whole town was taken over.
With only three? You sure, Johnny? It's not more? That's interesting. I would, because honestly, I've seen, having lived in Germany for as long as I did and gone to lots of medieval villages, a lot of these buildings or the like thereof I've seen in many German medieval villages too.
Mm.
Let's see. Request next to Bloodborne or any Souls franchise game. LOL.
The Souls game, actually, Rachel would actually be very, very good at, because a lot of the black clothing is actually based off of, what was it called? The 15th century. Bloodborne, I think that's outside of Rachel's specialty, because Bloodborne is set in the 19th century, so it's way outside of our field of expertise. But the Souls games, in particular, Dark Souls and Elden Ring, Rachel will be quite good at. But remember, those games
They're
are
fantasy, aren't they?
Yeah, fantasy. They are fantasy. So we could give our opinion, but obviously it'd be our opinion. It wouldn't be.
So ironically, I would have less to say about the clothing in the Game of Thrones than I have to say about this game. Like, the Game of Thrones is fantasy, but even if I viewed it from 14th or 15th century medieval or European historical, I would have fewer complaints. Because the silhouettes are better.
Worthy masters. First of all,
It's great to bribe my way in anyway.
remember such a prestigious
The three houses were built around the end of the 14th century and still stand today. Very cool.
Whoa.
Are there any Jewish people in the town?
Yeah,
Not
there
this
is.
town. So in this town there are Jewish
I think
people.
there's a ghetto, no?
This little tiny town. Okay.
I think there was.
There are in
Yeah, there-
Prague. There are in Prague for certain. I don't know about this town.
They did, and they got burned out of it in the story. That was it.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's fun. Pogrom for the win.
Yay! Because we
Yeah.
love stealing other people's money and then kicking them out.
Yeah.
Oh, I'll help her.
She's a kind woman. I'll be happy to help her. We'll see about that once she goes poking her nose into everything at the forge. It sounds like you have your work cut out for you, Henry.
Oh, Henry.
Like all hard work, the results will surely be worth it.
Oh my God. Swords on walls. No.
Really?
No swords on walls. No swords on walls. Swords are not, they are not decorative in the Middle Ages. No one fucking decorates their homes in swords and armor. That is not a thing. Oh my freaking God. That is so Victorian.
But it's part of the big story.
No.
It's the sword on the wall.
No,
He's
you don't
accepted the guild. No.
Fucking hell, you don't decorate. No. Just no. Do not decorate your guild hall in swords. Jesus H. Christ.
Bum, 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 bum. I'm sure there's other parts of the story as well where you have to hang up a sword. Yeah, there's like a duel and everything where you have to put up your sword to show that, hey, look, I have to go and duel now.
Oh my God. Takeda's laughing.
How do I leave this
No,
building?
we do not decorate in armor and swords. Bad gamers, no biscuit. Fuck's sake.
Right. Where am I going next?
Now they're making me say bad words.
There's a few things you're definitely gonna have nightmares tonight.
Oh my
Rachel.
God. Yeah, seriously. The whistling plus swords on the wall equals nightmare. Question. Contessa, would you have ever eaten Jewish food in the Middle Ages? So by Jewish food, if you mean would I have kept kosher? No. But especially in places where there are still Jewish communities, Jewish members of the community were often invited to feasts. And so we would have eaten together. As far as we can tell, Jewish food in the Middle Ages was not vastly different than whatever the local cuisine was, with the exception of the keeping kosher aspect, which I haven't done too much research into what medieval kosher was, so don't ask me about that. But in truth, the dishes eaten by Jewish families in say 15th century Italy were not terribly different or at all different than the dishes eaten by their Gentile brethren, with the exception of the the parts about the kosher ingredients and the kosher preparation. So, but I do know for a fact that at various wedding feasts in the 15th century, there were Jewish guests. In Spain, there were Muslim and Jewish guests, and they were all fed from the same table. So we would have shared meals. Absolutely.
Nice.
Let me see. These are the swords we couldn't sell. Also, all the churches are real in the game, and you can find pictures of them. That's pretty cool. Yeah.
That is awesome. I love all that.
I mean, if you hang your Takeda says if you hang your sword and armor on the swords and armor on the wall, what does one keep in your armory?
That's it, like. Okay, so what's going on now?
Sweaters?
What's this place?
Oh my
God, I
God.
really need to fix up this house. This is my home. This is where I live.
They were doing so well, and then that nonsense. Jeez.
You talk about my new home?
No, the guild. Was it the guild hall? Was that with the swords on the wall?
Yeah,
it was the guild hall, right?
It was them accepting you into the guild by hanging it up.
Bloody hell!
Oh, she come for no prayer here. I need to have no chat with you.
I'll need to have a chat with you.
Wonderful.
Okay, so actually, let's take a moment to look at this kitchen. Can we go to the kitchen? Oh my God, what the fuck? What is this?
What do you mean?
This scary room, that scary basement room. What was that? I'm sorry, I'm looking at the big.
That's my home. Stop making fun of my home.
No, the scary basement. What is that?
I'm not joking. That's a part of my home. I have to fix my house now. It's Henry's new home.
But
It's just,
no, I mean very specifically, that basement is terrifying.
I don't know. I have no idea. It just came with the home. It's very
It
nice.
just came with the home.
I might keep it. It's very nice.
But we should go back to the kitchen so I can talk about the kitchen.
But let them have their old chat first. Henry's busy
Yeah.
chatting.
Obviously, you go ahead and have your chat. It's all good. But then I want to go back to the kitchen because a lot of my people are foodies and they'll want to know about the kitchen. And actually, I saw some decent things in the kitchen. So
Henry's hungry. Henry's hungry.
let me see. I really like looking into medieval medicine. Do you ever dive into that on your streams, Contessa? Yeah, actually, people ask me questions about medieval medicine all the time in my live stream. So a lot of my medieval sewing parties will feature random tangents talking about medieval medicine. So yes, I do. Because I have an amateur level knowledge of medieval medical science, and I have some practical level knowledge from the various books of secrets that I've read in terms of the concoctions that women have noted down for themselves. Right. Okay. So is this the kitchen? Yeah.
I think so. They're making food here.
Right. Yeah. Okay. So actually, this is the only thing that is objectionable is that looks like that's a chimney. Right. So they didn't have chimneys in most homes yet in this era. Chimneys are expensive. They're an innovation, and only like castles and the most expensive homes have them. Otherwise, you literally just have a hole in the roof. So this has a hearth, but it's unlikely that a home like this would have had a hearth with a hood like that. It would just be a hole in the ceiling. But that hearth is actually pretty accurate. So there being a hearth, that's pretty accurate. That it should just be a hole in the ceiling. There shouldn't be any kind of like way to really channel that smoke out. That's why a lot of people had lung issues back then. I think that's supposed to be an oven. Your average home didn't have an oven either. So your average kitchen did not have an oven. Ovens were a communal thing, and for safety reasons, they were a communal thing. Every home had an oven, and not every home was allowed to have an oven. So it's unlikely that this place would have had an oven like that. It probably would have been, part of a grand home, but not this scary one with the haunted basement, the haunted larder.
What is going on here? Hello. Just comes with the home.
Right. Yeah.
Henry's new home. It just has.
Oh my God. That is a place where horror stories happen right there.
Hello, my name is Henry. This is where I live. Hello.
So that's actually a gridiron that they just. I'm sorry, I'm looking at the big screen again. Yeah. So that gridiron that you saw, that's a gridiron, and that is what a medieval grill looked like. And we actually know they had those in the 15th century in even lower middle or sort of, lower gentry kitchens, because we actually, in my medieval story time the other day, we read through an inventory of a knight's kitchen and he had a gridiron. So that's accurate. Although Henry's Not really a knight, is he? He's a smith. But Cook definitely would have had a gridiron. He's a smith. He could smith himself a gridiron. Okay, or maybe not. He seems to suck, but that's okay.
Henry, why do you suck?
Yeah, why do you suck? Again, he's wearing those. He's got more gold rings. Does he have more gold rings than he had before? That's amazing.
Henry just being Henry.
Yeah, the raised hearth is great. They wouldn't necessarily. So they don't necessarily want to have fire. They don't necessarily want to have flames. They want coals.
Yeah.
Coals is actually generally your goal on a medieval cooking medieval hearth. One, coals are not smoky like anything like a fire is, and it's just much more efficient. There's a lot of heat that is actually lost to the fire versus in coals. Oh God, what the frack is that nastiness? Oh.
Why? What's wrong? On the very bottom, is
okay,
it?
so does anyone spot the really dumb thing about that pot? The really dumb thing about that pot? Anyone who's ever cooked on an open fire, what is going to happen? What is going to happen if you eat the food that's been cooked over that fire with all that smoke and no lid?
Oh, right. So there's no lid on it, and there's also nothing to put it on and off, is it?
Yeah. So that because there's no lid, the contents are going to taste like burnt smoke. It's going to taste terrible. Yeah, it's going to be absolutely disgusting. You do not cook things without a lid over a fire in the Middle Ages. You just don't do it. You take the lid off long enough to stir, and then you put it back on. And some medieval instructions for recipes actually talk about taking the pot away from the coals, taking the lid off, stirring it, covering it, and putting it back, because they acknowledge that you would literally stir smoke into it. Ask me how I know about how you make your food taste like burnt smoke.
Nice.
Because I taught myself about cooking over a fire with medieval implements, and it never occurred to me that I'd have to cover it or the smoke would get into it. So an entire meal was ruined. 8 hours of cooking and preparation was ruined at a medieval living history event I attended because I didn't put a lid on it.
Yeah. And Jenner Smith is asking actually a really, really good question that you specialize in. What are some good books on the 14th and 15th century European clothing? That's definitely a question for you, Rachel.
Oh, yeah. Sarah Thursfeld, the medieval tailor's assistant, is good for if you want to actually learn how to make them and make them. We've got Fashion in the Age of the Black Prince for 14th century kind of English and French, and they also touch on some other parts of Europe like Italy and Spain. That's for 14th century. Margaret Scott's Medieval Fashion is very good for visual sources. Illuminating Fashion is also good for visual sources. I don't always agree with what they say about it. So I guess it depends on if you're interested in the theory or interested in remaking it. There's also an important distinction between those two sets of books. Margaret Scott has a bunch of books I can recommend in English. It also depends on how good you are in other languages. And if you're interested in, say, 15th century Italian clothing, then Paolo Fabri has a really good book, but it's only in Italian, on fashion, Moda nel Quattrocento. If you are interested in books on 14th and 15th century fashion, on my YouTube channel, I have a series of videos on fashion resources for medieval living history. You can check that out. And if you check back through my community posts, I often share things like that. I also talk about books like that in my book corner for my live streams. There's a lot of good. So it depends. Yeah, I would have to say you would have to narrow it down based on European. Do you just want a general survey of European clothing? Then Margaret Scott's books on medieval fashion are good. If you're looking for something more specific, period, and like place-wise, like I want Italian fashion, I want Spanish fashion, then I might have different recommendations. But unfortunately, what there is not in general is like one Bible where I would say everything is covered, where they have a really good theory section, where they cite lots of primary sources while also providing a really good practical section, on how to make it. I can't think of any book like that in English where it's everything in one book. You're going to have to get a bunch of different books and work from them together in concert. because Sarah Thursfield's book, Medieval Tailors Assistant, is exactly what it sounds like. It's to help you make the clothes authentically, or as authentically as possible based on the state of knowledge when she published the book. But that's not the same as providing, really detailed documentary evidence or a detailed catalog of visuals. Yeah. So I can't think of any one book that I would say, this is the Making Medieval Clothing Bible in English. Let's see, what else is on my shelf over there? I mean, I've got a massive private reference library of medieval living history reference materials. So there's a bunch up there on my shelf, actually.
Did you bring all of your books over from the States or just your selected few?
Oh, no, I brought a lot. And then we added more once we got here. So
yeah, because I did try to bring as much as possible.
Yeah.
But God, it does cost a lot, doesn't it?
Well, it doesn't when you're U.S. military.
Oh, well, there you go. Me and my civvy streak.
Yeah. When I immigrated the first time, when I immigrated to Germany on my own dime, what I ended up doing was every time I went back to visit my dad, I would bring another suitcase full of stuff back. Yeah, that was a different experience than being U.S. military. Oh yeah, and my channel members, not my subscribers, my channel members and my patrons get access to my catalog, my library catalog. So you can actually see what books are in my library and look into them for yourself through interlibrary loan. That is true. That is a perk I offer my patrons and my channel members. Any books on Byzantine fashion? Oh, not that I'm aware of. There probably are, but not that I'm aware of. Nothing that's like easy that I would say, yeah. Nothing that springs to mind. There's some essays. Like if you go to academia.edu and type in Byzantine fashion, there's some good essays out there. I know we need Rachel to do a book. Yeah, I guess we could GoFundMe maybe a publication of the 15th century fashion Bible. Documentary evidence, visual evidence, how to. Jesus, that would be Jesus. I think I'm more interested in just making the clothes than in writing a book, though.
I need to write a book at some stage.
Oh, can we see the forge area itself? Yeah.
The forge is shite right now, isn't it? 1 second, because Henry's still cleaning up his house and stuff, his new home. Let me have a gawk to see where this alleged forge is. Is it here? Let me see. Because right now it's in complete shite state. And this is meant to be the forge, I think.
Oh, so that's a valid question, and one that's definitely hard to answer. When did the Middle Ages end? Well, Frog, my friend, you just wandered down a deep hole and you opened a hornet's nest. So, many different people date the so-called end of the Middle Ages at different times. Some people date it at Black Death. Some people date it the end of the War of the Roses, right? Like the British consider the Tudors at the beginning of their Renaissance, right? Some people date it the Battle of Pavia. Some people date it the Conquest of Granada in 1492, right? So when does the Middle Ages end? Your mileage will vary 1,000,000%. And in some parts of Europe, the institutions and culture that is definitive of the medieval period continues well past then. So hard answer to, people say, oh, the Renaissance is in full swing in Florence in the 15th century. And I'm like, Florence in the 15th century isn't terribly different from Florence in the 14th century. So what do you mean? Yeah. So you just, it depends on where you are and which historian you ask.
To everyone who is coming onto the stream now from California and what was it called? West Side of America. Good evening. I hope everyone's doing well. Myself, I'm playing the new DLC from Legacy of the Forge, and Rachel is having an absolute heart attack reviewing the clothing. Rachel specializes in 15th century clothing from Europe, well, especially Western Europe, So if you have any questions on Kingdom Come Deliverance and the clothing of the 15th century in Western Europe, definitely put your comments below. Rachel would love to go through each one of them. Of course, if you're coming in from my channel and you want to subscribe over to Rachel, just click on my channel, go down to the very bottom, and you should see Creative Contessa. Click inside there, and you should be able to subscribe for more stuff to do with clothing from Kingdom Come Deliverance, particularly from the 15th century, which Rachel specializes in. However, if you're going in from Rachel's side, definitely pop on. If you're interested in, only if you're interested in, obviously, Irish medieval history, definitely pop on to Rachel's channel, and I'm somewhere in the videos and stuff.
You're there in the, you should be, I've got it. You know what? I haven't looked at that section of my page in like years. I should go add you, because I haven't updated my favorite paired channels thing in for freaking ever. I should do that.
I know.
So yeah, everyone, my people, go subscribe to Philip on Irish Medieval History for all of your medieval Irish history fun. And sometimes he posts really fun, stupidly controversial shorts. And by stupid, I mean it shouldn't be a controversy.
Basic common sense, you know.
It's like, yeah.
Right, so I moved it over to the forge. So I think this is the forge, which is all ruined and wrecked up. The reason why I speculate this is the forge is because this is, you know, the old pipe thing here. I think this is it for blowing in the wind and stuff into the main smitten part here.
You're right. It is. Oh my God. Yeah. Wow. It's a mess, isn't it? Oh, yeah. Oh, so Takeda says he likes Dr. Yanaga's definition. If you can see a potato, tomato, or a Protestant, it's not medieval. I'm stealing that.
Yeah, that's actually amazing.
Dr. Yanaga, if you're ever watching me, I'm stealing that. And I will credit it every time. Yep, that's great. That's a really good definition. Yep, I can go with that. I'm just
going to quickly pop into the toilet there because we've been going for about 3 hours and a half. So I'll just pop in the toilet for a second. I'll be back, and Rachel will do a dance while I'm away, or bitch about the blacksmith forge.
I've got some good questions here. It's all good. Let me see. Another book-related question: are there any books, and preferably English, on early ballads or Robin Hood stories? Yes, there are. Well, if by ballads. Or do you mean songs? You just mean songs? Because ballad is a specific form of song, or are you just talking about early English songs, like medieval English songs? There are books on medieval English songs. But if you're talking about ballad, like in epic poetry, or I might need you to define ballad more for me. I think you're probably talking about Robin Hood related stories. So those are more songs that are epics that are sung, or long tales that are sung, right? I'm not as familiar. A friend of mine did her master's thesis on the Robin Hood stories, the medieval Robin Hood stories. So there's good research out there. I'm not familiar with any book as such personally. And because I did not inherit the birdsong vocal cords in my family, I don't actually know as much about books on medieval song as I do on books on medieval dance, say. But I know there are some really good books out there on medieval songs, and they're somewhere on my bookshelf, but I just don't know them offhand. Because music is not, I'm interested in musical research insofar as it intersects with my dance research, but otherwise I let other people handle the music research in my household. Yeah. Thank you for pointing out that she has a doctorate of history. I forgot to properly include that. It's okay, Takeda, I get it. It's, well, honestly, Dr. Yanaga really presents like a normal Joe Schmo. So it can be easy. Like, she doesn't present like a doctor. I'm a reader at Oxford, right? Like, she doesn't present that way. So I can totally understand that. And I don't even think she would insist on the title, honestly. I just like to, especially when it comes to women, I'm particularly sensitive about them being given their proper academic titles these days. So not because I don't also to men, I do, but it's just, I notice there's more of a trend in many communities for women not to be given their academic titles when the men are. So, yeah. There's definitely more of an infantilization of the women folk in academia than there is of the men folk in academia, I will say.
Popping my bags.
Oh, you mean the poetry more? Okay, got it. Yeah, so there definitely are books, some very good books written on medieval English poetry and medieval English epic, the medieval English epic form, right? The ballad form. I just don't know what they are offhand. I think I have some on my bookshelf. But my condottiero is driving, and he's the one who has control of our library catalog. For those who don't know, my personal reference library is so extensive that we actually have a library app, and we've actually cataloged all of our books. So we can actually look up in our library catalog, our catalog for my private library, and find out what it is we actually have on those bookshelves.
Jesus.
Yeah. We've actually Dewey Decimaled all the books. They're all in order. They get reshelved. Like, I really need a librarian actually to come and manage my library for me.
That's class though. I'm gonna have to catapult Yuki over to you, because Yuki would absolutely adore that place. Anything to do with books and libraries, Yuki be all over it.
And once we get the rest of our books someday here, then we're going to have, I will have a library. My dream is to have a library in my home, like the kind you imagine, right? 2-story, balcony all around, leather bound everything, beautiful oak furniture. Yeah, the whole thing. That's what I want.
Sounds absolutely amazing. That's literally Yuki's end goal as well.
Anthology of early music, yeah.
If I'm looking like I'm doing something strange, I'm actually trying to figure out what I need to clean next.
This really is like the medieval Sims, right? Like this is just the medieval Sims.
That's what it turned into. Oh, right, that's what I need to do.
Cristina, bienvenida.
So much rubbish on the floor. Bum, bum, bum.
Imagine Americans speak about European history because they don't have. I don't know what the rest of that sentence is.
Oh, sorry.
Dream library. Yep, for certain.
Sweep.
Let me see. Speaking of music, did historical Korean music survive with some sort of musical notation like it did in Japan? Yes, it did. Actually, Takeda, we have a whole book of 15th century Korean music on our shelf, actually. It did. A lot of notation has survived. Now, it's not modern notation. It's historical Korean notation. But yeah, they've got lots of music has survived. So they really do know exactly how medieval Korean music sounded, interestingly. Yep. In fact, I think it's definitely more standardized, and it's printed even. So these are printed books of music. So yeah, lots has survived from medieval Korea. Yep. Yeah, my condottiero chimed in.
Oh, there we go.
Let's see, where was I? There we go. Oh, we have about 600 books, huh? Wow, okay.
Who has 600 books?
We do.
Oh, you do?
I do, yeah, apparently.
Okay, Yuki's been catapulted over to you.
but that's only what we've cataloged. So we have a bunch of uncatalogued books. So we've got more than that. Yeah, I told you guys need to come visit us in Korea.
I do. I was saying that to Yuki this morning.
I really do.
What's our next to the spot? Oh yeah, we want to go to, I think it's this month or next month. We are going to southern part of mainland because we want to see all the sites to do with the Mongolians, because Yuki's been dying to go over there, but she's been busy out with work. So we're going over to see the site where the Mongolians invaded Japan next.
Well, they invaded, but then their fleet sank because of that typhoon. So,
but there is a penetration point. There is a point where there was Mongolian soldiers that did penetrate in, and then they got butchered on the beaches.
Yeah.
Open the gate. So that's the site that Yuki wants to go and look at next. Well, I'm looking forward to it too. Like I say it like Yuki's the only one. No. I want to go to
Yeah, I've got our library. I have to say, I'm very proud of our carefully curated library, and it covers a wide array of topics. So it's really a well-rounded library. It really is. It's not just 15th century, right? There's a lot of ancient stuff up there, earlier medieval. You know, I've got a whole book just on 12th century French society, feudal society, and primary source documents. So, yeah. No, Tsushima's not where. Was that the inflection point? Tsushima? No.
Tsushima could be. Give me just a quick second.
I was just in Tsushima. Is that the inflection point? They didn't say I was in Tsushima. They said jack squat about the Mongols coming in that way. They talked about the Joseon embassies, but they don't say anything about the Mongols.
It could be one of the main points. I just know a good chunk of the southern area, but I think you could be right there.
Well, yeah, because Tsushima's up here near me. Like, it's literally, Tsushima is literally a 90-minute ferry ride for me.
Yeah. Which would make sense. That would be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
well,
yeah, it does make, yeah, it definitely makes sense because it would be really easy to get from Busan, that part of Korea, to Japan, therefore. But I was on Tsushima and they didn't say any, their history museum failed to make mention of the Mongols.
Oh yeah, Tsushima. Yeah. You're right, actually, because that's the whole video game is based on that one. It's the island. Why would they not mention? That's so weird.
I don't know. That's really weird. That is really weird.
Because you're right, Ghost of Tsushima. Yeah, didn't I fucking play the entire video game on that one? Yeah. You're actually.
I mean, they could have been focusing more on the Edo period, honestly.
Yeah.
You know.
But everyone does that. You just so much money to be made on Mongolian.
I know it's like nothing happened before Edo. Just like in Korea, nothing happened before Joseon. Like, it's like there is no Korea before Joseon. It's just Joseon, and there's no history before that.
Oh, just materials on the ground where on the south side. Henry's complaining about being hungry as always.
Oh, I don't think I was in Hakata Bay. That might be why. Like, I wasn't in the right exact spot for the Mongols to have invaded. So, of course, then it wasn't mentioned in the local museum I visited because that's not their history, right?
Yeah.
They're 10 miles from Hakata Bay, but that's not their history. I'm pretty certain I wasn't at Hakata. I didn't go to the museum in Hakata Bay. That would track. By the way, everyone, Korea calls it Daemado, not Tsushima.
How come they have a different name for it?
Because at different times it could be viewed as being Fukuoka. Yeah, so not Tsushima but Fukuoka. Okay, right. Yeah. So I haven't been to Fukuoka at all. I've been to Tsushima. Yep. Got it. Yeah, why did because Tsushima is real close to Korea, and it wouldn't surprise me if at some point in its history it was part of the Shilla dynasty or the Koryo dynasty or Paekje or Gaya, right? Like at some point it's probably been Korean speaking a while ago.
Yeah.
But in any case, Korean fishermen would go out there, and so they would have their own name for it. It's like, why do we call Japan Japan? They call it Nippon, right?
Yeah. True. Now it says that I need to pick stuff off the floor, but I can't see where I'm supposed to be picking stuff off. My house is so clean, I can't see what the problem is here. It must be this room. Yeah. Okay, it's this room.
Oh my god.
Dun. Pick stuff off the floor. Clean your house. What? This is so fun.
Wow. Whoever came up with this game must have a thing for like for The Sims or something like that, because this is kind of crazy.
Yeah.
This is basically medieval Sims is what this is.
What I love is the fact that children pay to play this game and they'll live in a dirty house.
Yeah, Jenner says, I would love to go to Japan or Korea eventually. The history is pretty cool. It is, I have to say. Both sets of history are pretty cool, and both of them have super awesome historic fashion before the 16th century, before the 17th century. Actually, Korea's fashion continues, in my opinion, to be cool until the 18th century. It's kind of in the 19th that I lose interest a little bit. But for my money, my favorite Japanese fashion historically is Heian. The Heian fashions for the win, my friend. So gorgeous, so beautiful.
I'd like to ask Magdalena.
We don't. It's like Fight Club. We don't talk about Mongols.
But why not? Make so much money.
First rule of being Mongolian: we don't talk about Mongolia.
I found this. The Martin used to use this on it. Do you know what it could be?
No, that looks like one of the sketches for that grand project of theirs. They always met up in the evenings after work. All hush hush.
Wait, what is he looking at? Why is he? What is he looking at? What was he looking at?
Oh, they have found a piece of paper on the floor, some mark or something.
Wow, you just don't find parchment lying around in the early 15th century, so that's interesting.
Especially so clean.
Exactly, that's right.
He just picks it up and unscrolls it. Oh, look,
Right.
I found a new quest. Because that's what we do in Culinary in the 15th century. Now I have to go fight the dragon.
Quest accepted.
Yeah.
Good night, Susan. Thank you for joining us as
Thanks,
always.
Susan.
Oh my God, quest accepted. Yeah, for those who don't know, paper was super expensive in the Middle Ages. It was made from rags. It was made from linen and cotton. And so it was very expensive. And parchment is even more expensive. Vellum is even more expensive. That's made from animal skin, goat, sheep, cow, deer, even in some cases. So it's you just wouldn't find a piece of vellum or even a nice piece of paper just lying about casually. It's just not going to happen. These were not consumable, wastable materials.
You swear it was just game developers trying to give you your next quest. Hey, what's this? Perfectly paper on the ground.
We did go to Fukuoka. We didn't go to Fukuoka, but we went near it, Ryan. But Fukuoka, you know Fukuoka because of the tragic ferry accident, right? That's why you know Fukuoka, handsome, because that's where the ferry went down. There was the Busan Fukuoka ferry where the ferry sank and killed all those students a couple of years ago. Yeah, that's probably why you know the name Fukuoka, handsome. Because for us, it was local news. It was a horrible local news story.
What was that? What news was that?
The ferry? You don't remember the ferry, the Korea-Japan ferry at Fukuoka that sank and killed 136 students?
Oh, when was that?
A couple of years ago, not long ago, like
couple of
3 years ago.
2 years ago. Maybe I should know that.
Yeah, you should. The captain was found to be decidedly at fault. He abandoned ship and left the students to die.
What the hell?
Yeah, and he lied, and he was Japanese, and he lied and claimed that he had to abandon ship at the time he did. But apparently when they investigated, like, no, you should have stayed on board and made sure they were safely off before you abandoned ship.
That is wild, but doesn't surprise me about Japan. Health and safety in Japan is absolutely the worst I've ever seen in the world. It's so bad. When I first came to Japan and I was staying in a hotel, there was a guy upside down. By the way, this is on a skyscraper. I was in a skyscraper building in a hotel, and I was looking at the other skyscraper, and your man was upside down with a chainsaw trying to cut a piece of pipe. And I was like, what the hell am I looking at? And I came from Ireland, and Ireland actually has one of the best health and safeties in the world. What was it? We had a record of only like 2 or 3 people dying back in 2016, which the health and safety officers of Ireland was actually quite, I know Ireland is tiny, by the way. So everybody's like, yeah, but your population doesn't really fit compared to the rest of the world. So saying that only 1 or 2 people passed away is,
right. It's got to be a per capita, like per capita would be a more fair assessment comparison, I feel like.
So they do kind of play with it that way. But saying that like only 1 or 2 people died is still quite impressive. So, and don't get me wrong, when it comes down to health and safety, we hired a lot of people from Germany to put us up to that standard. And so seeing the standard in Ireland and then coming over to Japan was like, what the hell? How do I put up my machine?
Ryan says the paper's clean, but your face isn't.
His face is manky, isn't it?
So I've got about another 10 minutes, but then I have to go and do other things with my day.
Yeah. Well, we got through the basics of this anyway.
We did. So yeah, we'll need, obviously we're going to need to reconvene once you get the forge.
I was just thinking that I'll play a good bit of this stream with the guys and stuff. And then once I've actually tidied up the house properly, then you can do another review. Review the house and review how my clothing is. Well, actually, we should just do another stream based on you trying to dress my character.
We can do that, yeah. Takeda says you've been washing in your quenching trough again.
So that sounds like a legitimate plan. Is what I'll do is I'll do streams and basically stream with you guys, or just basically do it myself, because it seems to be just a whole load of admin, to be quite honest with you. So it may not be worth just streaming it. We'll see.
Yeah, really, if you are literally like tidying up your house.
Yeah, so that doesn't seem to be as entertaining as the previous streams, because the previous streams, at least it's like, oh well,
You're
you know,
going
there's a
out
lot
and
of funny.
about.
Yeah, exactly. This one seems to be just, and I remember people reviewing it this, you know, talking about this morning, and they said this one was more admin related. So we pretty much, you know, we pretty much had as much fun as we could have, and we did introduce everybody to the DLC. So I think we did everything we could entertainment wise.
Right.
So what I'll do now is this is what it looks like now. It's complete garbage, right?
Wow, it really is.
What I'll do is I'll go off and I will fix everything and see how this actually works. And the next time we'll do a live stream, I would have fixed everything, and then I'll show Rachel.
I do not understand why there is so much art in this freaking house. Like, this is not, those are fucking watercolors. This is not, no, just no. Just no, this is not, no, none of that is medieval. None of those pictures are actually medieval pictures. Those are how Victorians looked at medieval architecture.
Are you talking about this here?
In the room, sorry, I was looking at the big screen. The room that had the I guess architectural drawings in them. Yeah, that room. Yeah. Like, there's nothing, that is not medieval, guys. No. Fail. Fail. Big fail. Big fail. That is, yeah, okay. Come on. Be better.
So yeah, that's what we'll do is I will fix up the house and I'll fix it, because you can customize everything in the house, right, from what I gather. So I'll customize it in a certain way, and then I'll let Rachel have a review of the house.
Right. Okay, so what would you give the game so far out of 10 for accuracy? So just overall, like not specific subject area, but I mean in terms of overall, so a lot of the spaces, the buildings, the town, all extremely accurate. You know, so that's really good. The clothing is meh. It's not horrible, but it's also not good actually. And so I would say I think a 7 out of 10. I'm not gonna try to be too harsh on the, you know, including everything. Now, if you're just focusing on the clothing, 4 out of 10, because the silhouettes are wrong. The silhouettes are just wrong, and the way things are put together is wrong, and you know, the kinds of clothes people are wearing is and the kinds of fabrics they're wearing for the things they're doing is also wrong. So yeah, I would probably give it a 4 out of 10 on the clothing, but a 7 out of 10 overall, because yeah, I mean, the scenery is gorgeous, right, Philip? Like the setting is beautiful. And it feels really authentically medieval. Like, I can't debate with that. It's pretty good. They've done a pretty good job. Like the drinking vessels and whatnot are pretty accurate. Like, I'm just looking here now at what's in this little workshop area. Right. Like that all actually strikes me as pretty good too. So yeah, I'd say 7 out of 10 overall. Yeah. Definitely I've seen worse. And you know, they did. I feel like they should have spent more effort on the clothing and maybe a little bit less on the setting if they had to. It was a question of time, but I suspect on the clothing it wasn't a question of time. I think. What do you think, Philip? Do you agree with me when it's about making things look more palatable to the modern eye?
We'll see. I don't want to commit to anything yet, because I know the game developers are constantly kind of improving, and people are giving them information, and they're taking, you know, this out, and they're taking, you know, other things out. And I know a lot of living historians have jumped on it again to improve various bits and bobs. I don't think. Sometimes it's a reflection of what living historians are getting wrong, and then those errors from living historians then popping up in the game I found very interesting, because people did make YouTube videos going, hey, wait, that's an error, a common error that living historians made, and now it's in the game.
Right.
It was the same with Assassin's Creed. I know the whole thing was a car crash in a way, but there was mistakes that living historians made that were popping up in the game as well. Number one, people having, you know, van braces on everywhere. Which is now people now have this image, and I see the same
Yeah.
thing this summer as well, where people are
Yeah.
doing what was it, 9th and 10th century Ireland, and now everybody's running around with van braces on, and now
For
people
sure.
think that 9th and 10th century Irish people ran around with, you know, van braces everywhere, you know. So that's just one of the examples of clothing mistakes
Right.
that, you know, living historians and reenactors are making, that's now reappearing inside this video game and stuff. But then
Right.
on top of that, it does help that the likes of Rachel and stuff are making these videos. And what was it called, Warhorse has said that they have seen these videos and that they are adapting and changing. So before I like come to a conclusion, I do look forward to their future projects and to see what information they're getting in and getting out from the living historians. Because I don't want to say that like academics aren't, you know, up to their standard or anything, but, you know, an academic was hired for this game, for the first one. And don't get me wrong, I think Warhorse did go off and do their own thing to a certain degree, but I don't think, you know, I hate to turn around and say, oh, well, that academic was absolutely terrible. But at the same time, why is it then that living historians and reenactors are fixing a lot of these mistakes, and Warhorse are taking the fixes that living historians have been making more serious than the original academic?
Right.
Like, what's going on there? You know, and I don't want to turn it into a witch hunt.
No. It's not a witch hunt, but so there's either one of two things, because the silhouette has been wrong since the very first game.
Yeah.
And every update since then, the silhouette is still wrong. So either they're not, no one has highlighted the major difference between the modern silhouette and the early 15th century Bohemian silhouette, or they have pointed it out and they're purposefully decided, no, our modern gamers are not going to want to play characters that have what to them might seem like a very alien looking, not masculine silhouette. So those are the only two choices at this point, because I've certainly been harping on this for 6 months.
Yeah.
And in fact, Jenner has a question. Could you elaborate on the silhouette being wrong? So Jenner, and those who are interested, Philip and I actually did a live stream with a PowerPoint presentation that provides pictures of the characters from Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 versus what they should look like, original medieval pictures of people in clothing from this time and place. So if you want to see that, check out, I think it's on my channel. I think it's streamed on my channel. It's either on the Creative Contessa or Irish Medieval History. If you look up Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, it will pull it right up. And you can actually then see the difference between the game characters juxtaposed next to the thing they should look like. Yeah. So in general, the silhouette in this era for men is pigeon-breasted. So it's round. You got this rounded chest, small waist, fitted garment, fitted to the hips. And then if there's more than that, it flares out from below the hips. Women, breasts are shelf-like, kind of perkily placed, and they actually have this off-the-shoulder thing going on. The ideal breast in this era is small, not big. In fact, big pendulous breasts were considered gruesome and unappealing in the 15th century aesthetic across Europe, by the way. So that is what it should be for the men. The skirts should be full. They should actually go ahead and do it one last time, Philip. One last time. We're putting it on. The coat, COTE. So this is actually what the shape of the thing every single man in this game should be wearing that you've seen as their over thing. This is the shape it should be, right? You'll notice right off the bat that this is man's. This is not a woman's coat. This is a man's coat, by the way. So you'll notice it's fitted into the waist. There's a curve and then it flares out, right? So this is what the shape of the thing that the men should be wearing, right? And I think honestly, part of the problem is that they thought they may have even done a focus group on potential players, and the players said, "Oh, I wouldn't want to play a man if he's wearing a dress," right? I can totally see that. Right. But this is what the silhouette should be. It should just be a little more pigeon chested than I am, because I don't. Yeah. Anyway. So yeah, this is the silhouette of the all these garments these men are wearing should have this shape, basically.
Yeah.
just a little more pigeon chested.
That's a very interesting point, Takeda, and that's why I'm actually looking forward to seeing what they do with the third game. You know, when they could, make adjustments and all these changes and stuff, because I can understand them with this update not being able to do those fixes and also not having the budget. But they made a lot of money out of this game, so hopefully the budget's even bigger again for the third part of this game when they do go over to Prussia for that big massive battle and stuff. So I hate to turn around and say, make a conclusion until at least the third part comes out, and then eventually when they get up to the high site wars and stuff to see what they've done from that point. So yeah, but we there's so much more work that myself and Rachel want to do, reviewing this and stuff, like, because my head is thinking now, and you guys could easily put more ideas down below as well, because what I'm thinking about doing now is definitely Rachel needs to fix up my character, because Rachel, there's a lot of stuff in my character right now Rachel doesn't like, from the boots to the gloves to the glasses and stuff. So what we need to do is do a live stream where I go down to the tailor and the copper man and stuff, and
we'll call that getting dressed in Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. It'll be a getting dressed video.
Yeah.
It'll hit all the algorithms.
Yeah. Because this one is buzzing right now. You guys are absolutely loving Rachel tearing this apart. So it has really worked for the algorithm. Because what was it? Yesterday we were covering news and stuff, and the algorithm wasn't pushing it at all. But the algorithm really, and you guys are going wild for this right now as well. So Rachel knew this was gonna, bring in a whole load of views, and it really has paid off. But what was it called? So what we'll do next time is we will, at some stage, we'll do a clothing one. We'll get my character and we'll redress him. And also the other thing I'll have to do as well, it may take a wee bit of time, is actually fix up this whole house. So we'll fix up Henry's new home, his new blacksmith home. And when this place is all fixed up, then I'll bring Rachel back into the home and we'll do a full review of the house, and we'll talk about how a home should look like in Bohemia in the 15th century. So that would be fun actually to go through. So we'll do those 2 videos in the future. Also, like, because you guys like this video so much as well, is at least myself anyway, and I'll bring Rachel over as well, is there's another video game coming out soon, which it's a fantasy game, but it has historical context. So I think we have something to work with, which is Mountain Blade Bannerlord 2.
That name.
Yeah. They have a DLC coming out soon, which it's basically based on 10th century Norwegian clothing, right? So I'm actually into all that kind of stuff. So if Rachel doesn't want to do it, I'll see what we can do anyway and have a good bitch about it. I'm sure, Rachel, you'd love to jump on as well. And talk
is it an opportunity for me to be snarky? Then yes, I'm in.
So we'll definitely do that. We'll do a video on let me play it for a bit anyway and get my feet on the ground in that video game. I'll definitely do a live stream just with myself and the game at first, unless Rachel really wants to jump on as well. But at some stage, I want to just do a live stream bitching about because it's fantasy as well, so we can somewhat tear it apart. But do actually talk about Norwegian clothing in the 10th century. So we'll do that as well.
Wait, so it's fantasy, but also set like fantasy, but set in the 10th century.
So it is. It's kind of like this. So they originally wanted it to be historical, but it's kind of based on a fantasy Europe-ish. I don't know, like an alternate version of Europe. And everyone's still in their areas and stuff, but it's
right. Yeah, so someone actually, I read something that was very good, because there's a famous author, Guy Gabriel Kay, who does this. And it's basically, it's history with a quarter turn to the right.
Yeah, that's
right?
exactly.
So it's like history, or excuse me, a quarter turn towards fantasy.
Yeah.
So it's like history, but just...
Yeah, that's Bannerlord. So that would be a good idea.
I'm all for that. I actually do have a decent amount of knowledge about 10th century Norse clothing. So I'm actually equipped to also tear them apart.
It'll be great, because so many people right now love 10th century Norwegian clothing, and Danish clothing as well. So it would be great to tear that apart.
But do they? I don't know that they do, actually, because what I see people wearing is not. So I think
Yeah.
they love the Vikings, right? They
Yeah.
love the biker Vikings, right? That's what they love.
Yeah. Well, I'm not going to disagree with that because it's true, especially when you see so many people with black tunics on and
Oh
all
my
kinds of
freaking
mad stuff
God.
going on.
Jesus
Yeah,
Christ.
yeah,
And dreads, the dreadlocks,
yeah,
the
yeah,
freaking dreadlocks on the women. I'm like, oh, come on. No, just no. Just
yeah,
absolutely not.
yeah. So yeah, that's the plan for right now. So we'll finish up now, obviously, and I'll
Yeah.
go off and I'll fix up the house. And once the house is fixed up, I'll bring Rachel back on board. I don't know how long it's going to take to fix the house, to be honest with you guys.
It's a mess. It's a mess, man.
Yeah, it's a bit wild, all right. But on saying that, tomorrow we are going to have Dr. Ian O'Neill. He's going to be early enough, though. It's going to be 6 a.m. for us. In Ireland, it's around, 10 o'clock?
10 o'clock.
So
Yeah.
if you're watching the repeat of this, you guys will be able to watch this at 10 o'clock over in Ireland. I'm not sure what time that is in New York and over in California.
5 p.m. East Coast time, or 2 p.m. West Coast time. So yeah, it will be it. You know, if you are at work and you don't want to work and you'd rather watch this live stream in the Americas, go for it. We're going to be talking about the clan in medieval Ireland. So, you know, we're gonna be working on busting misconceptions about refashioning the way we view medieval Ireland, because many of us, Philip and me both included, possibly have incorrect ideas about the medieval clan structure in Ireland.
So why this is a big deal and why Owen pretty much kicked my teeth in when I was talking to him privately. It was Mihal, which Mihal is coming on tomorrow as well. I was actually, just before this live stream started, I was actually talking to Owen, and he is just going to be basically running through this. So if you guys have any questions at the side, he'll be going through it while he's talking, and he'll have the reference on. So he will be just talking. He won't be going through the PowerPoint too much. So it will be him just basically ranting on about the problems about our interpretation, because the problem is that in medieval Ireland, they spoke Middle Irish, right? Which is different than modern Irish, and it's definitely different to modern English. So the interpretation that they had in late medieval Ireland is completely different. Like even the words that they spoke. So the problem is, and this is where it's going to get complicated, is today in 2025, when we say Irish and Scottish clans, we're thinking about clans from the Jacobite and Williamite Wars. That's the default clan that we think of, which is correct. It's correct for the Williamite and Jacobite Wars. And it makes sense because so many Irish people then immigrated to America and Canada during the Jacobite and Williamite Wars and during the American Civil War. So that's why we have that understanding of what is a clan, especially in Ireland, what is an Irish clan. But that's not the understanding of what is a clan at the medieval period. And Dr. Owen O'Neill, who specializes in Middle Irish, who actually has been reading the books in its original source, is turning around and saying, hey, look, that's not what a clan is in the medieval period, especially the late medieval period of the 14th, 15th, and 16th century. So tomorrow, once again, I'll probably get my teeth kicked in again by him, because his understanding of words, and this is what's making the difference, is the understanding of words and what they mean in the original language is what, especially myself, tripping the feet off myself and so many people who think, oh, we know what a clan is, but we're not. When we're talking about a clan, we're talking about clans from Outlander, Williamite and Jacobite Wars. That's our understanding of what is a clan.
Right. Yeah. It's a whole different thing. So, and I will hopefully be able to contribute with my understanding of the 14th and 15th century familia in Florence, which of course has a very clan-like nature to it. So, yeah, it should be tune in for a very interesting discussion. Late evening in Europe tomorrow, or at late afternoon Americas. Otherwise, this weekend I have my medieval sewing party as usual, and what are we doing? We're not doing anything this Sunday, right? We don't have any. You don't have any. We haven't. Do we have anything on our calendar for Sunday?
We don't have anything for this weekend. I, on the other hand, have my class on Sunday night for you guys. So if you
Sunday night Americas, right?
Yeah, Sunday night America and Ireland. It's going to be covering over on my Patreon, I'm doing classes on the Norman invasion of Ireland. So around 1169 to 1175, I'll be covering the Norman invasion of Ireland for classes on Patreon, which is about 20 quid a month. So if you're interested in that kind of stuff, head over to my channel on Patreon, which is Irish Medieval History, or go over to my YouTube. I have a direct link to my Patreon there. So if you're into that kind of stuff, definitely pop over there. But I think that's pretty much it for us.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Well,
Happy
thank
days.
you all for joining us today. We've had a fun time, haven't we, Philip? This has been a gas, as they said back in the 1920s.
Oh, okay. See you guys.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye, everyone.
Slán go bhfuil, yeah.